It is a pleasure to be here at the final conference of the DEUCE project. Before delving into today's topic, few words about my organization, Euroconsumers, which is the world-leading consumer group representing consumers in 6 different nations in Belgium, Spain, Portugal, Poland, Brazil, and Italy. Our mission is driving positive change in the market, building constructive dialogues between stakeholders and consumers, empowering people to give them the voice to ensure that market delivers for them. And enforcement is one of the best tools that we have at our disposal to improve the market and empower the people. So we stand at a unique crossroads defined by a jarring contradiction. On one hand, the digital environment has fundamentally reshaped modern life, offering unprecedented access to information and global services. It has empowered individuals and fostered innovations in ways we couldn't have imagined 2 decades ago. However, this transformation carries a heavy price. The very technologies that connect us are now being used to manipulate, exploit, and erode the fundamental rights we have spent centuries in establishing. So we are currently living in what I call the golden age of regulation, but simultaneously the dark age of enforcement. At least since 2026 we have seen an explosion of digital rights across the EU, yet we face a paradox. Users have more rights than ever, yet they feel less in control than ever. This brings us to the core of our discussion today, the enforcement gap. This is the hollow space between what the law promises on paper and what the user actually experiences in reality. To understand why this gap exists, we must first redefine what the consumer is in 2026. The concept of digital consumer has moved far beyond the simple monetary transactions. It now encompasses anyone using digital content and services. One of the most profound shifts in our legal landscape is the so-called commodification of digital identity. Personal data is not just a privacy concern, it is a primary economic asset. We can say that in the digital economy we are all Cristiano Ronaldo. Every individual in the social media area functions as a dual-natured entity. Like Ronaldo, you have your name, private life, fundamental human rights. But like Ronaldo, you are also an asset, an equity. You are CR7. Your digital footprint, preferences, and presence constitute a patrimonial asset capable of generating economic value. So we see a shift. We are no longer just users, but we are managers of our own personal brand. We must recognize that data acts as a counter-performance, essentially the price we pay for free services. Acknowledging this economic value doesn't reduce a person to a commodity. Rather, it highlights that even when data is leveraged for profit, the individual remains the owner of their rights. So if our rights are so clearly defined, why is the gap widening? The answer lies in the digital battlegrounds of public and private enforcement. Let's start from the public enforcement. We can see several systemic shortcomings hinder our progress. First of all, lengthy and cumbersome procedures. Coordinated enforcement actions take too long for fast-evolving digital markets. By the time an authority acts, the technology has often moved on. There is also a vast disparity in how member states interpret and apply the consumer's rules. And when national authorities show low responsiveness, the activities of local consumer organizations are rendered effectively useless. Consider, moreover, the inconsistency within even a single authority. In example, in 2023, the Italian antitrust authority dismissed a report filed by our organization against Big Chat for AI hallucination, claiming no consumer relationship existed. Fast forward 2 years, and the same authority initiated a case against DeepSeek for the same issue. While the law is durable, its application is often erratic. Furthermore, many authorities simply lack of the IT and AI experts necessary to detect this new kind of infringement. So we need a kind of toolkit for reality. We need technical solution for technical problems. We need independent algorithmic auditing. We need to use AI to monitor AI, as stressed also in the Consumer Agenda 2025-2030, automating the detection of dark patterns or biased outcomes. But we need also to reinforce the class action style enforcement to empower individuals so that they don't have to fight alone against big stakeholders. So if public enforcement is struggling, we must look to private enforcement, specifically to collective redress. The Representative Actions Directive was supposed to be our shield. It aimed to allow qualified entities to protect the collective interests of consumers. However, the road to hell is full of good intentions. And what we have right now is something that we cannot truly call a European class action. Instead, there are 27 national regimes, often each different from the other. Moreover, there is a huge discretion between opt-in and opt-out regime, and this has an impact on the capacity for a class action to deliver. And even when a national regime is an opt-out for domestic citizens, it remains opt-in for consumers from other European countries who wish to benefit. This fragmentation creates a labyrinth that few consumers can navigate. Furthermore, the current directive does not cover antitrust cases, leaving consumers vulnerable to cartels and abuse of dominance. And if you look at the numbers of the class action filed in 2024, you can see how the opt-out regime has an impact on the viability for class action. If you look at the two European Union countries that have a pure opt-out regime, Portugal and Netherlands, they cover more than 1/3 of the all class action filed in 2024. So there is a huge discrepancy between opt-out and opt-in regime. So what we need to do now is to strengthen the representative action. We must include the competition damages in the Representative Action Directive. This gives consumers a real tool against market dominance. We need a mandatory EU-wide opt-out regime to replace the current fragmented system. We need to introduce statutory damages. Proving the exact financial loss from a dark pattern is nearly impossible for an individual. Introducing statutory damages would overcome this evidentiary hurdle. We need to redefine harm. We must embrace the landmark shift signaled by the German Federal Court in late 2024. The loss of control over one's data is a bound in itself. In a digital world, you don't need a drained bank account to be a victim. The loss of digital autonomy is a compensable injury. In conclusion, we must shift our perspective from corrective justice to restorative justice. While corrective justice focuses on past bilateral transactions and the transfer of value, restorative justice looks at the future health of our digital commons. So our goal should not be just to fix a single bad sale, but to repair the systemic relationship between the market and the community. This is the mission, for example, of the React pilot project that we are running right now thanks to a funding of the European Commission. We are working to strengthen the capacity of consumer organizations to obtain collective redress and lay the groundwork for future class actions under the Digital Services Act. So we have the rights. Now together, let's make them a reality. Thank you for being such a great and wonderful audience.
So imagine, right, a financial market where within seconds, liquidity disappears. The prices collapse, no system has failed, no human has pressed the wrong button, right? Every algorithm behaves exactly as it was designed to behave. And yet, the interaction between them produces a cascade. Now imagine asking a court which product was defective, which operator was at fault. And this is the structural problem that we are facing. European liability law, even after its recent modernization, still assumes that harm can usually be traced back to a defective product, or at least to a controllable human actor. It assumes, right, a linear causation. But advanced AI systems increasingly operate, let's say, differently. They act with a certain degree of operational autonomy. They adapt after deployment, and they interact with other systems in ways that generate emergent effects. So this is the shift that I want to explore today. We are moving from regulating tools to governing agents. And our European liability architecture has not fully made that transition yet. What I will argue here is not that EU law has stood still, far from it. The Product Liability Directive and the Artificial Intelligence Act represent serious efforts at modernization, but they remain structurally, let's say, product center in a world that is becoming system center. So, to understand why AI liability is under pressure, we need to really talk about AI autonomy. So you can actually see three dimensions here on this slide. First, we have the operational autonomy, which is the most familiar one. The system selects and executes actions without continuous human input. So think about an autonomous vehicle who is just like driving and making real-time driving decisions. You don't have a human approving every move made by the car. Then second, we have developmental autonomy. The system here changes or evolves over time. So it learns, it updates, or it adapts after deployment. So a recommendation engine can actually retrain on new user data. A fraud detection model might update its own thresholds, right? The behavior that the AI system has when you place it on the market might not be identical 6 months later. And lastly, and the most complicated one for us, is the interaction autonomy. So this is the most legally disruptive because very often AI systems do not act in isolation. They interact with other AI systems, they interact with infrastructures, they interact with other users. And it is in this third dimension, in this interaction autonomy, where causation becomes distributed. And this traditional defect-based liability starts to struggle. The revised Product Liability Directive in this regard is a serious update. For the first time, we explicitly include software within the concept of product, alongside digital manufacturing, files, and electricity. So the EU kinda recognizes that harm can stem from these intangible code-based systems, not just, let's say, physical goods. But at the same time, it keeps the focus on commercial economic operators and excludes non-commercial open source software. So yes, this is modernization, but structurally, liability still turns on one core idea, a defective product causing damage. The model is updated, but it's not really transformed. The reform goes further than that. When the courts assess defectiveness, they must now consider the system's ability to continue learning or acquiring new features after being placed on the market, which is significant because the directive recognizes developmental autonomy, that AI systems change over time. So the effectiveness is no longer frozen at the moment of sale. It can reflect post-market updates and learning. But even here, the logic remains the same. We are still asking whether the product is defective. The law acknowledges this learning, but it does not move beyond this product paradigm. So if we look at the preamble, we will see how the directive is trying to acknowledge this, let's say, reality of machine learning models. You can see here in the recital 50 that it recognizes that manufacturers might retain control after the product is placed in the market through updates, upgrades, or machine learning systems. Where they exercise that control, they remain liable for defectiveness that arises later. And this is important because it directly addresses developmental autonomy and post-deployment change. But notice, nonetheless, the underlying assumption. Liability follows control by a manufacturer. The framework still looks for a central actor who can be said to control the system. That works where control is identifiable. But in distributed multi-actor environments, it becomes much, much harder. The directive also updates what counts as compensable damage. It now explicitly includes medically recognized psychological harm and the destruction of or corruption of non-personal data. And that matters because many AI-related harms are not physical. They affect reputation, they affect mental health or personal digital environments. So again, we see a meaningful adaptation. But even with expanded damage categories, again, everything is tied to the same idea, product causation, right? A defect from a product leads to a harm. So there is a causation relationship. The scope of harm is widening, but the causal model is not. So another important development is the expansion of the liable economic operators. The primary liable party will remain the manufacturer of the defective product. But you can see, and this is the interesting part, the directive now clearly extends liability to component manufacturers, where the defect originates in the component. And this is particularly interesting for AI systems because modern AI products are rarely, let's say, monolithic, right? They are layered, they have foundation models, APIs, plugins, data pipelines, cloud infrastructure. If a defect stems or originates from an integrated model or a software component, the liability can attach at that level. At the same time, the final product manufacturer may also remain liable for defects caused by integrated or interconnected components. The directive, what it's trying to do is acknowledging this, let's say, ecosystem complexity. It also treats anyone who substantially modifies a product and places it on the market as a manufacturer, capturing, right, this sort of downstream actors. This is something that we already see in the Artificial Intelligence Act. If you take an AI system that is, let's say, general purpose, and you put it for a purpose that is high risk, then you become responsible for the compliance with those obligations. The directive, as it is a serious attempt to deal with this type of complex technologies. But even here, you can still see that the logic assumes that we can isolate the harm or the defectiveness either in a system or in a component particularly. And we are ignoring at the same time the larger, let's say, scheme of things where these systems operate. More difficult cases where there is no component defective in isolation, where the harm emerges or originates in the interaction between properly functioning elements, is really not addressed here. And that is where the stress begins. So the main idea that I have been insisting so far is that we see improvements, we see a certain level of updates, but the logic is the same. There is a link that connects defect to damage. And as we will see, this fails when dealing with cascade events. So let's now look at the Artificial Intelligence Act. First, it is complementary to the existing liability regimes. It is literally without prejudice to compensation claims under product liability law. So, as we know, it regulates risk, but it does not create a framework of civil liability of its own. Then, second of all, it centers on human oversight for high-risk AI systems. These systems must be designed so that natural person can meaningfully, right, supervise them. And third, for these high-risk AI systems, it requires a post-market monitoring. And this might include specifically analyzing the interaction with other AI systems, which is an implicit recognition of these multi-system cascade effects. So the Artificial Intelligence Act kinda strengthens governance, but it remains a compliance instrument and not a compensation regime. And that distinction becomes critical when harm emerges without a clear regulatory breach or a provable defect. So let's briefly look at these elements very close. High-risk AI systems must be designed so that they can be effectively overseen by natural persons while they are being used. This human oversight should aim to prevent or minimize risks to health, safety, or fundamental rights. You can see this is very strongly human-centric, a very strongly human-centric model. It assumes that meaningful supervision is possible, that a human can understand, monitor, and intervene in the system behavior. But in many contexts, that is not really true. Think about fast-moving, tightly coupled multi-agent environments, such as algorithmic trading or autonomous system interactions. The idea of real-time, effective human oversight becomes more fragile. The law presumes that algorithms are inherently supervisable, but this autonomous interaction might undermine this presumption. Now, as I mentioned before, providers of high-risk AI system must establish a post-market monitoring system. They have to continuously collect and analyze data about the performance throughout the whole lifetime of the system. Now, importantly, if you look at this provision, it says that where relevant, this monitoring may include analyzing the interaction with other AI systems. So this is subtle, but this is also important because the legislator acknowledges that the risks might not arise from the system in isolation, but from interactions within a broader technological environment. Again, governance obligation, compliance mechanisms. But it does not tell us what happens when these interactions produce harm, and this harm cannot be attributed to a single defective system. And this is, let's say, the emerging gap that our article is trying to assess or define. The current approach of the AI Act encompasses two problematic assumptions. First, that human oversight meaningfully prevents or minimizes emerging risks. In many contexts, that is true, but in high-speed, multi-agent environment, the oversight might be structurally limited because of how the AI systems worked, right? The humans who supervise these fast-paced interactions cannot fully anticipate or react in real time. And the second, the Artificial Intelligence Act is not a compensation regime. It regulates compliance, but it does not define civil causation or allocate loss, which creates a gray zone, right? When harm emerges from distributed interaction without a clear defect or without a regulatory breach, it sits right between tort law and regulatory compliance. And this is where the uncertainty begins. So imagine three autonomous vehicle taxi companies that operate in the same city, all optimizing for similar parameters: shorter travel time, energy efficiency, collision avoidance, fleet efficiency, right? A road obstruction appears, a construction or an accident. Each fleet algorithm reroutes vehicles to the same optimal alternative routes. Congestion spikes. Systems continuously re-optimize in response to each other. A feedback loop emerges. As a result, we have a gridlock. Emergency lanes blocked, ambulances delayed. No system is malfunctioning. Each one is optimizing as designed. And yet, the collective outcome produces fatalities, urban paralysis, economic losses. This is the cascade harm. It's generated by interaction and not by defect. In our research, what we do is analyze basically in detail what is this regulatory gap for this type of, let's say, cascade events, and what remedies are available looking at the literature. And that's pretty much what our analysis does. Thank you very much for your attention, and if you have any questions or any feedback, you can reach out in my emails below. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Clemence Dossier. I am a European project manager for EUBF, the European Bailiffs Foundation, a partner in the DEUCE Project. So you are not supposed to see me here today, but only in the audience. But I am replacing Maître Dorol, a judicial officer in France, at the last minute. So he was supposed to present his topic. So I am going to talk about digital inclusion and access to legal remedies. So the digitalization of public services has become a major focus of government modernization. Online administrative procedures, electronic notifications, automated processing platforms, these are all tools designed to simplify access to the law. However, this digital transition poses a twofold risk for growing segment of the population: that of being excluded from effective access to legal remedies, and that of being misinformed or visually manipulated, which further undermines access to informed justice. Digital inclusion is thus becoming a democratic imperative, conditioning the effective exercise of fundamental rights. Mastering digital tools is not limited to navigated interfaces. It also involves developing a critical mind when it comes to visual information, which today constitutes an essential part of administrative, media, and judicial communication. One of the first obstacles identified is digital illiteracy. It's an individual's inability to use the digital tools necessary to exercise their rights. Indeed, the lack of proficiency in using digital interfaces can render the right to consent or defend oneself illusory, particularly when the entire procedure from service to enforcement is conducted online. The digital divide, whether material, cognitive, or social, then becomes a legal divide. Elderly, vulnerable, or isolated people give up on exercising their rights due to a lack of access or skills. Added to these difficulties is a more recent and insidious dimension: the manipulation of images and visual information on the internet. Images are no longer neutral witnesses to reality. They can be misleading, taken out of context, or intentionally manipulated to influence opinion or guide decisions. A poorly constructed infographic, whether intentionally or not, can present data in a biased way to the detriment of the truth, which is a classic tactic in political and media communication. In addition to these technical and cognitive difficulties, there is a new phenomenon: the algorithmization of justice, which, if not controlled, can increase inequalities. Indeed, the algorithms used to guide, notify, or support procedures can influence the user's decision or even condition their choices without them fully aware of it. A litigant who is unfamiliar with digital technology is more vulnerable to these mechanisms, risking being subjected to automated justice without benefiting from the human guarantees that underpin the rule of law. But the influence of algorithms does not stop there. An algorithm that prioritizes a misleading image or manipulated content in a search engine can reinforce misinformation and distort a user's judgment at a key moment in their proceedings. However, there is one essential principle, the principle of control, enriched in the European Ethical Charter for the use of AI in judicial systems. It requires that humans always be able to deviate from the solutions proposed by the algorithm and adapt the procedure to the specific situation of the parties. In other words, digital justice can only be legitimate if it remains accessible understandable, and adaptable, including for audiences who are not digitally savvy. In the same vein, developing critical thinking skills in every citizen when it comes to images and content helps to combat the unintentional or deliberate manipulation of information, whether it be misleading graphics or AI-generated content. Training people to verify images, analyze metadata, and understand context also strengthens citizens' ability to exercise their rights in a digital environment saturated with visual information. Digital inclusion does not mean giving up on innovation. Digital tools can simplify procedures, reduce delays, and improve transparency. But their effectiveness depends on one key factor, that everyone can actually use them. This requires alternative offline channels, digital mediators, more intuitive interface design, and regular assessment of access inequalities. More broadly, the challenge is to preserve embodied justice where human assistance does not disappear behind screens, automated protocols, or manipulated images. Even in a dematerialized world, certain stages of the procedure require human presence to ensure balance between the parties and prevent the dehumanization of legal recourse. Ultimately, digital inclusion is not just a technical imperative, it is at the heart of the democratic promise. In a state where appeals are increasingly mediated by digital systems and rapid visual flows, granting equal access to tools, knowledge, critical thinking, and support is becoming an essential condition for maintaining the effectiveness of rights, citizens' trust in justice, and everyone's ability to discern truth from falsehood. In short, it means preserving the ideal of justice that is open to all.
Okay, so as you heard the song, the sound of silence and people talking without speaking, people hearing without listening. And when I heard first this song, I thought about algorithmic enforcement, which is the theme of this outstanding conference. And what is algorithmic enforcement? So drawing from the articles by Professor Jankowska, which is with us today, he talks about dispute resolution, if I'm correct, and but algorithmic enforcement is the use of code, artificial intelligence, and blockchain technology to automatically apply rules, execute obligations, and resolve disputes without the need for a human intermediaries or traditional legal institution. So this notion is very connected to the notion of Harvard professor Lawrence Lessig, which says that the code is law, which is a pragmatic view of law and technology. And my focus and my article is about high-risk AI systems, which were first discussed by my colleague Marco, the second Marco. And the article is investigating the conditions under which notified bodies, which, as I will explain, are the tools that the European Union chose in order to assess and to do conformity assessment of some kinds of high-risk AI systems. So under which conditions they succeed and under which conditions they fail, and maybe we can also learn from other domains as well. So I'm applying a framework which I will explain from social sciences, which is regulatory intermediaries. And but first, about some words about algorithmic enforcement. And we know that a traditional model is a direct relationship between public authority and the regulated subject. And then we had this early digitalization era and the integration phase. And then we arrive to algorithmic phase, where automated validation, structure and decision tree, and predictive analysis and blockchain, etc., etc. And the problem with the algorithmic enforcement, as you all know, I assume, is of course the bias which comes with it. And so I don't know if you are familiar with this woman, Joy Bonwumi from MIT, that first discovered that facial recognition can be biased. And they also did the movie about it. It's on Netflix. I highly suggest you to watch it. And of course, Shoshana Zuboff wrote The Age of Surveillance Capitalism, and Frank Pasquale wrote about the black box, and the European Union gave also some interesting recommendations about it. And in Wisconsin, we can see this case of Compass, which was used by the court in order to predict the recidivism, and was biased against Afro-Americans. And but still, the court there in Wisconsin said that it's not unconstitutional, which I'm critical about it, but it's for another lecture. So the problem with bias is that bias is amplified by artificial intelligence, right? We have this kind of circle where we have a bias in data, and then we have a bias in results, and then the bias is going and amplified by the artificial intelligence. Another pragmatic example is Amazon, which was gender biased when they selected some CVs from, and it turned out that they were biased against women. So there are some benefits and risks of automated enforcement. First, the potential benefits are reduced administrative burden and increased processing speed. It enhances consistency across cases and jurisdictions. It's a systematic detection of irregularities and fraud patterns that can very be useful from the use of automated enforcement, and it can also accelerate cross-border coordination, right? That's what the European Union is trying to do. It can improve traceability through detailed procedural logs and audit trails, etc., etc. And there are also some structural risks. There is a hidden assumption and encoded biases that are in the systems, the reproduction of historical data bias, the opacity, the interface design that disadvantages vulnerable consumers, and the automated rule application sometimes ignore contextual fairnesses. So why algorithmic bias is different? It's different from other kinds of bias. So first, we are talking about something that is very complex. It's fairness metrics are constructed and context dependent, and they're requiring socio-technical expertise of persons that learned and are expert in computer science, etc. It's in a dynamic evolution. Pre-market inspection is only partially effective. Discriminatory patterns may appear only during the deployment, so it's more difficult. And it's an emergent property, meaning that it arises from data sets, model architectures, and optimization objectives, feedback loops, and data distribution shifts. So I think it's different. And the result that we are seeing, and Marco also discussed it before, is this kind of auditing, right? These companies that are doing auditing of artificial intelligence. So, for instance, DECRA and TÜV-SÜD, etc., etc. And the AI Act is also embracing this idea of auditing, but is doing that with this so-called notified bodies, which are independent third-party assessors that are responsible to evaluate the high-risk AI systems in most of the cases. And the core problem is that algorithmic bias is not a discrete technical defect, but an emerging socio-technical property arising from data set, as I said. So it's not an easy task. So the research is to question that is in the core of my article is to see when they succeed and when they not. So first, we are talking about high-risk systems. So the second category, and you see that under high-risk system, we have also justice systems. So that's our case. And I did this diagram with the help of Claude and some ChatGPT also. And I gave it the AI Act. So the basic structure is that if you are an high-risk AI systems, and if it falls under Annex 3, so you need to ask if you are embedded in regulatory products. So for instance, if you are a medical device, or there are some notified bodies that are required according to some medical regulation, and then you need a notified body to assess the system. If you are using harmonized standards, so there is a presumably of conformity, so you don't need a notified body. But if not, so you still need a notified body. So these notified bodies are not a new thing, right? They are applying the regulatory intermediary theory, which was developed in a well-known article by Professor Levi Faour, Abbott and Sinidal, and basically they are going against the pragmatical view in social sciences of regulation of Gian Domenico Maione, that is a command and control, in which the state is doing the regulation, and then you have the regulatory. So they are saying, no, we have another thing. We have intermediaries, and these intermediaries are auditors, certifier, assessor, inspectors. They can be banks also, and so this is their theory. This is the article. And in the article, they explain also that when you have intermediaries, so you have different way of capture, right? You have some classical regulatory capture where the target capture the regulator, where you have the target capture the intermediary capture the regulator, or the regulator capture the intermediary. And so previous research about this theoretical framework is very developed, of course, in Regulation and Governance, which is the leading journal about it. And so there are regulatory intermediaries in climate change governance. There is in data protection. We have regulatory intermediary also in police. And in the social media and in food safety. So I said, why not to apply this framework also to AI regulation? So in the AI regulation, specifically in the European Union, the intermediaries are the notified bodies. So as you see, they are in the middle between the standard setters, the EU institutions, and also there's some standard organization as ISO, etc. And they are doing the conformity assessment, and they are trying to see if high-risk systems is applying the rules of the European Union. So some historical context. So first, the idea was developed in the Active Implementable Medical Devices Directive back in 1990, and then there are some Medical Devices Directive as well, and Medical Devices Directive, and we arrived on 2024 to the AI Act. And so the new approach, so known of 1955, is the first pragmatical origin of this idea of notified bodies. The idea was to form technical requirements in standards to harmonize everything, and then come the new legislative framework. which says that different assessments models dependent on the risk. And if you in the decision of the European Council, it says that where community harmonization, legalization require conformity assessment, it may provide for that assessments to be carried out by public authorities, manufacturers, or notified bodies. So the origin is a product safety legalization, but also medical devices, radio equipment directive, cyber resilience, and now also the AI Act. So there are some articles about it in the AI Act itself. So, for instance, Article 44 to 51 specify the accreditation procedure, the notification, the duties, the dependence, and the responsibilities of these bodies. And then we have also Appendix 7, which specifies the criteria for the recognition and evaluation of the notification bodies. We have on the NANDO website, which is the website where all these notified bodies are mentioned, and is the main data set of these notification bodies. It says that notification is an act whereby a member state informs the Commission and the other member state that the body which fulfills relevant requirement has been designated to carry out conformity assessment. So why intermediaries? Why to use them? So first, we have the expertise gap. Regulatory agencies cannot maintain cutting-edge technical knowledge about everything and across all the domains. So intermediaries bring deep sectoral and technological expertise. We have a scalability challenge, right? We have public authorities face resources and constraints, and intermediaries enable them to distribute verification across markets and geographies. And we have operational flexibility, which private intermediaries can adapt more quickly to technological change and market evaluation and bureaucratic structure, etc. So, however, intermediaries also introduce some risks. So, some risks are regulatory capture, as I said. They can, there are errors, of course, and the lack of objectivity, the conflict of interest, and the lack of uniformity may lead to a forum shopping problem. And on the other hand, there are three dimensions of intermediary effectiveness. So first, the institutional design and their autonomy, the degree of independence from client pressure, political interference, and the market incentive that compromise objectively is very important. There is a epistemic capacity, the depth and breadth of technological and interdisciplinary expertise required to evaluate complex socio-technical systems, and the incentive environment, right? The market and the organizational incentives that shape intermediary behavior. So those are some dimensions of intermediary effectiveness. And their benefits of using them is, of course, technological expertise, their flexibility, they are quite efficient, and the public trust and transparency, because an independent third party enhances public legitimacy, and distributed accountability, that is also very important. So some lessons from conformity assessment. So I'm using two case studies from other domains, okay? So first, the PAP breast implant scandals. It was a very known scandal that Renault certified an implement containing industrial grade silicone, and review found that auditors relied heavily on manufacturer documentation with neither instructive audits nor adequate physical testing. And the problem was that notified bodies lacked mandatory inspection powers. And the second is the TUV sued Brumideo Dam collapse in Brazil that certified Keling Dam as a stable despite internal warnings, and financial dependencies and client-funded audit models created a structural intensive undermining the auditor independence. So 2,070 people died. It was really sad. And is another case study from which we can learn about the importance of independence, and also when a third party may fail, and specifically notified bodies. So, for instance, some similar documentation reliance patterns contributed to this failure. So first the capture, of course, and also the bureaucratic interior. So their agencies are there to establish routine, even when circumstances evolved. And there was also capacity deficits, limited resource, insufficient funding, etc. So on the other end, we have also success stories. We have DECRA, which is a German company, and they are adhering to standards like ISO. And with that, I will conclude. DECRA shows some promises because of their diversified portfolio, their standards engagement, and also the interdisciplinary, which is very important. And the institutional challenge that we are facing is that the AI Act offers a regulatory framework capable of advancing these goals, but the intermediary ecosystem entrusted with implementing the Act must now rise to meet that responsibility. So, as I said, DECRA, we can learn from them how to do the conformity assessment. From TÜV we can learn how not to do the conformity assessments. Delegation requires some safeguards, citing Professor Korljan from Pennsylvania University. So we need leashes and not guardrails. And there are 6 essential reforms for AI conformity assessments, which are I recommend, and with that I will conclude. First is to attend accreditation. Second, to harmonize standards to accelerate ISO frameworks for context-specific fairness testing and social technical evaluation. To mandate transparency, reduce client independency, so consider public administrative fee pools, which are public funds, and also to preserve independence, to integrate post-market oversight, and to strengthen the European coordinations. And thank you very much for that.
So thank you very much for introduction. And hello to everybody. So as Marco said, my name is Tatjana Josipovic, and I'm together with Professor Kanceliak on the project. And I would like just to introduce you with the concept of to say something about the concept of the project and what are the results of the project, and what is perhaps whether there is a need for a new project, because I think that usually always at the end of one project, we decided already to apply for another one, and I hope that it will be the case again. So when we are talking about digitalization of civil enforcement, first of all, I would like to say that there is a different criteria important for effectiveness of civil enforcement, of digital justice when we are talking about civil enforcement. So we can see that very important factors is efficiency of judicial cooperation, cross-border access to justice, digital skills, not only when we are talking about professionals, but also when we are talking about users of the system parties in civil enforcement, including also consumers. Something what is also very important is digital solution in judiciary, efficient protection of fundamental rights, funding in something what is extremely important. And when we are talking about legal aspects, from one side, we can talk about EU legal framework when we are talking about civil enforcement, but also about national procedure laws. We will see that there is a very important interconnection between EU legal framework and national procedure laws, and perhaps it is the problem when we are talking about efficient enforcement, specifically when we are talking about cross-border access to justice and enforcement. So what we tried to do in our project, we noticed at the very beginning that there is a problem because of lack of harmonization of enforcement rules in EU member states, and that because of that there is a problems with cross-border enforcement. We focused on uncontested pecuniary claims in this project, so not general on enforcement of subjective rights acquired on the basis of EU law, but mostly on cross-border enforcement of uncontested pecuniary claims, and that these problems are caused a lot of difficulties for creditors, lawyers, judges to apply the rules, but also to be aware of the existing and practical functioning of different EU enforcement rules. And we decided in this project to investigate, to research what can be done for better enforcement of judicial decisions issued in the context of cross-border uncontested pecuniary claims, and because of a lot of different rules on the national level, to create a roadmap of the EU member states' enforcement rules for uncontested claims. The aim of the project is to propose some simplification and digitalization of the enforcement procedures, and to develop a specific IT platform and blockchain system to fill the existing gap in enforcement across European Union. Approach was, I would say, in a way, very specific, because we combined theoretical and practical approach. Together, we work not only lawyers, but also professionals in IT, in artificial intelligence, in blockchain. So we tried to make together some proposals how we can develop the concept of cross-border enforcement of uncontested claims, pecuniary claims. So we focused on the regulations. These regulations are already pretty old regulations from 2004, 2006. We focused on European Enforcement Order for Uncontested Claims and European Order for Payment Procedure. The both of these regulations are in fact optional instruments. It means that it is up to creditor to decide whether creditor will use these regulations or not, or whether the creditor can just use the national way of enforcement his or her claim. The both of these regulations are in fact connected with judicial cooperation in cross-border matter in civil matters, based on now on Article 81 Treaty on Functioning of European Union. As you can see, these regulations regulate only some very specific legal questions regarding cross-border enforcement, for example, forms, enforcement, some specifics regarding service of documents, court fees, enforcement. But in fact, when we are talking about the whole enforcement procedure, we have a combination between European rules and national procedural laws. In both of these regulations, there are specific rules that say that, in fact, the enforcement procedure at the end shall be governed by the law of the member state of enforcement, and also that if something is not specifically regulated in some of these regulations, then again, national law apply. So at the end, we have specific regulations on cross-border enforcement, but we have 27 different proceedings on enforcement, because we have always combination between EU regulation and national procedural laws that are very different, as you already know. So something what are the results of our study, our theoretical study done by lawyers and done by reporters from all member states, showed that European enforcement order or European payment order are in fact new instruments on the national level, but they are only incorporated in already existing civil procedure. There are no specific rules about these instruments, only rules that are regulated by regulations, and that are a lot of differences between member states when we are talking about competent authorities, rules on service and documents. There is, of course, different level of digitalization in member states. There are a lot of differences about between rules on languages, fees and costs of enforcement, and about the legal aid. And something what was also noticed during our research is that there is lack of awareness about this instrument between practitioners, and they are not so often used in the practice. So we raised the question whether these instruments are still effective. Do we really need just to apply these rules, or there is a need for some new developments when we are talking about cross-border enforcement? And our recommendations that you can find in our documents is that there is a need for better information about these instruments, that there is a need to develop a kind of roadmap, and we already did it. We have reports from all member states how these instruments are applied in specific national legislations, and that there is a need for structured information about these instruments on e-justice portal. Also, one of conclusion is that there is a need for further digitalization of these proceedings and better connectivity between national digitalized systems. And this is something that we conclude, but we also have to have in mind developments in EU law on EU level during the project. And as you already know, there are some new regulations when we are talking about cooperation in civil proceedings. First of all, there is a new service regulation and evidence regulation. There is e-codex regulation, digital justice regulation in force from the 1st of May 2025. There is a new e-justice strategy, also digital justice communication from at the end, that is published at the end of last year. And all these documents already changed some rules when we are talking about the specific enforcement, EU enforcement on uncontested claims. I will not go in details, but for example, digital justice regulation developed and regulated some new steps for better digitalization of cross-border judicial cooperation. For example, there is now a special rule on digital by default principle when we are talking about cooperation between authorities. For individuals, it is still optional. There are plans for specific single European electronic access point. Also, there are new rules on decentralized IT system for further developments of e-codex system. And also something what is important when we are talking about these regulations, there are some amendments specifically focused on European enforcement order and European payment order. So now it is possible to submit the application for these cross-border enforcement procedures by means of electronic communications. There are also some specific rules on electronic means of service, but something what you can see in this last regulation, important for digital justice, is that there is a plan for gradual digitalization. So some regulation has to be amended and implemented rules already now, for example, for European payment order, beginning of this year, but for example, for European enforcement order in 2029. So it's pretty slowly process to be really effective when we are talking about enforcement procedure. Digital justice communication is also very important, and I think that it can be very important for our new project when we are talking about digitalization of judicial cooperation and cross-border enforcement, because one of plan declared in this communication is that there is a need for further digitalization of cross-border proceedings in civil and commercial matters, and Commission plans to analyze the effects of possible further digitalization of cross-border proceedings in civil and commercial matters. And also to develop the European electronic access point that can be also used for this kind of proceedings. That's what we can see from all these developments, is that today digitalization and past of the digitalizations is mostly based on cooperation between national authorities, but also it is possible to see that there is a lot of challenges for this digitalization. For example, one of the challenges is access to justice for all. The Digital Economy and Society Index, that is when we are talking about digital skills based on data from 2023, perhaps now its situation a little bit better, but in that time, 56% of EU citizens had only basic digital skills. Something what is also very, very problematic is that there is also problems with protection of vulnerable individuals, for example, especially old people. As you can see, 63% of citizens older than 55 years lack even basic digital skills. So it is a problem for access to justice. So it is a problem for fulfill the concept that digital justice has to be, in fact, accessible for all individuals. You can also see here that the Commission has plans till 2030 to achieve the percentage of 80% of all people has to have at least basic digital skills. It's very, very ambitious plan, and I think that to fulfill this plan, we have all to work not only on EU level, but also on national level regarding education of all generations, how to use, how to develop digital skills. Second problem is what is also visible from EU Justice Scoreboard, that there is there are a lot of difference in digitalization of judiciary between member states. In some member states, almost all possible ways of digitalizations are already in force, for example, Estonia, but you can see that in some member states, there is only some specific kinds of digital solutions in force, and that if we really want to have a good cooperation between member states, at least there is a need for similar developments and similar use of digital solutions in civil and commercial proceedings. And also what is, from our point of view, one of the biggest problems is fragmentation of enforcement procedures. So, as I already said, although we are talking from one side about EU instruments on enforcement, in fact, we use national procedural rules for enforcement or kind of combination. And it means that there is also a different national standards for protection of fundamental rights in enforcement procedures to access to justice. And it is questioned whether there is enough only to develop communication between national authorities, communication between authorities and parties to digitalize this communication, or it is also necessary to have common European procedure rules when we are talking at least about enforcement of pecuniary claims, for example, on bank accounts or something like that. So it seems to us that there is really need for some new optional instruments that will be, in fact, from EU law point of view, 28th legal regime as optional instruments, from the national law, the second legal regime. But this kind of optional instrument can be, in fact, based on already very developed EU legal standards on protection of human rights, on principle of efficiency defined by ECJ. So there is already a lot of EU standards that can be used as a base for one common digitalized EU civil enforcement procedure, at least for some specific claims, at least for enforcement on some specific assets, not perhaps for immovables, but for example, for bank accounts or something like that. And I think that without such approach, the approach that is based only on development of digital cooperation between national authorities is not enough to really have good, efficient enforcement procedure on EU level. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Professor Giacalone, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm truly delighted to have been involved in such an interesting discussion. And today I would like to take this opportunity to reflect with you on the role of the digitalization in the actual justice sector. And above all, to reflect on the possibility to make digitalization a kind of possible fourth dimensions of justice in the European Union. So, as a matter of fact, we can say that digital tech is completely reshaping the real world scenario and, of course, also the justice sector. And this is a kind of an ongoing evolution of the legal landscape. So we decided in our work developed together with Professor Marco Giacalone, we decided to take a kind of ex post perspective through the experience of these two projects that are DEUCE and SCAN and SCAN2. So these two projects started from focusing on small claims analysis net, and then through the DEUCE experience, the consortium devoted to the experience of digitalizing European uncontested claims enforcement. And so we decided to put together these two experiences from a projectual point of view to a kind of doctrinal theory. And so to analyze the theory from Capelletti's that describe the evolution of the justice sector through successive dimensions of reform for justice. So historically, we know that there have been three different dimensions that have been shaping the legal landscape. Everything started with the constitutional dimension, and so with this relation between the individual and the state and the important protection of the fundamental rights. Then this evolution changed a bit of perspective. We can say that it expanded its boundaries, and it became a kind of transnational dimension, because we took, of course, the opportunity to extend the reflection among different member states, so through the cross-border perspective. And then we headed up with the social dimension, in which for the first time we touched the concept of access to justice. So following this kind of wave, we thought about the possibility of making digitalization a kind of first step that could be added to the social dimension. To go deeper in this last dimension, we of course know that this kind of dimension developed itself very recently thanks to the modern industrial and post-industrial societies. And only during this period we can say that justice became no more only a kind of abstract concept, but a concrete one. So the importance to make justice accessible for all individuals. And to make this a kind of reality, we have followed three different ways, according to the doctrine of Capelletti and Garth. We started through the development of mechanism for legal aid for all, so also for poor people. And then we went to a kind of a second wave, so the importance of the representation of collective and individual interest through the class section, above all in the framework of consumer and environmental association. Then we experienced, and we are still experiencing it, a kind of third way. So the importance to simplify legal proceedings in order to make justice accessible for all, and try to develop mechanism of ADR, so alternative dispute resolution methods. Of course, there's been a kind of progress, but we have to say that access remains uneven, because not everyone, as we understood according to the first speech, not everyone is actually able to access justice. Not it can be linked, for example, to the information related to the justice sector, but also to the resources. So it is important to make all the proceedings simpler, more efficient, and tailored to the specific kind of necessity. And how to do this? We can do it making this proceeding more participated by the citizens. So reflecting on these recent efforts, of course, we have the example made up by the European Union. We have, of course, the Digital Justice 2030 strategy. So it is a kind of actual concept that justice needs to be more efficient, more modern, more resilient, and to make all the proceedings faster, so more effective, not only for a necessity related to timing, but also to budget constraints. And so this is not only linked to the procedure themselves, but above all to the training of judges. So this is a kind of dimension that is also linked to the people that are users from the one hand, and the one that experience the profession in the first line. And everything about it have to be approached according to a kind of perspective that have to protect the fundamental rights related to the first dimension. So what about this first journey, so the digital journey? we thought that this could be a kind of new step that wants just to improve the previous 3 ones. So in which way? Adding the possibility to use the digital tool in order to make effectively justice faster, more effective, inclusive, and adaptable to the needs. So what about our ex post perspective according to the projectual experiences? We take here SCAN and DEUCE as kind of case studies. Through SCAN and SCAN 2, we focused on the European small claims procedure. And then with DEUCE instead, we changed a bit the focus and we decided to center the study on the European Enforcement Order and the European Payment Order. According to the experience built up through SCAN and SCAN 2, we understood the importance to simplify the procedure workflow and above all to adopt a kind of user-centered approach. So what did we do with DEUCE? We decided to develop a roadmap analyzing the current enforcement framework about the EO and the EPO, then also to develop an IT platform that can provide an effective guidance through the enforcement rules that we understood are very fragmented in the European Union. And this is a study that framework 26 member states, so it's a huge number. And then a blockchain-based system to support and secure all this process. So let's go a little bit deeper. What about the roadmap? Here you can see some examples. The first one is the general overview, and the second one is the overview tailored to Belgium. So we really focused on the importance to make something very clear, very user-friendly. So in here, the user can hover with the cursor, as I'm doing it now, and go to the member state in which he is interested, he or she is interested to make the enforcement. In this way, there's a kind of pop-up as in here, and this platform is made up to be more informative. So it's a kind of web application that is interactive like this, and that can show all the information needed to make the EO or the EPO enforced in the European member state of reference. Then we went to another outcome, that is the IT guided platform, because we know that the EO and the EPO proceedings are based on the fulfillment of forms. So they are completely standardized and they are already available on the e-portal of the European Union, but they are not so much effective. So we decided to integrate a kind of new system that can guide the user, and this user, of course, can be a lawyer, but it could also be a normal citizen. So it is a guidance that follow all the steps of the fulfillment of these forms. And also through some algorithms is able to give the users some pre-provided data. So to make an example, if I have to do the introductory act and I have to fulfill, for example, all the information related to the residents or to the lawyers, if I inserted it in the very first time, I will have them automated also at the very term of the proceedings. So in here, we inserted some new features. So some simplified descriptive text and explanation of the technical terms, because sometimes terms like course can be very legal, so very technical for citizens. Some synonyms for clarity. So court could be also tribunal or court of appeal. Then we have a kind of yellow box for additional details, and this automated compilation that I was describing before. But it's not finished yet, because we decided to add also a blockchain-based system to secure these fulfillments by the user. In which way? In here, the user can register him or herself, and then can make the issuing of the proceeding, can submit the claim, but everything is going to be secured through blockchain-based mechanism, above all for the signatures and for the document that can be interchanged exchange between the parties. So all this is devoted to strengthen the security of this completion and to promote the interoperability in a way that reflects the access to justice for all, and of course to ensure the data protection and GDPR compliance. As for future works, of course, we would like to expand this testing beyond the procedure of the European Enforcement Order and the European Payment Order. And we would like also to pilot test what we have developed till now. Everything according to the work I'm presenting today is also devoted to try to validate this theory that see digitalization as a kind of fourth dimension of justice. So I thank you very much for your attention. I'm looking forward for your questions.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ambroz, and I'm a researcher at the University of Ljubljana, and with my colleague Lana, Gotvan assistant at the University of Ljubljana, we'll present a paper in the making titled Cross-Border Cooperation in the Era of Data Sovereignty Between National Security and European Integration. Our article will focus firstly on definition of data sovereignty and theoretical models implying it and being behind it, and then we'll analyze two specific spheres in European data space, namely first cybersecurity and cross-border cooperation between member states and European Union in that regard, and on another level, common European data space with focus on non-personal data. So traditionally, we can speak in the context of sovereignty, of the definition that it's a supreme control over a specific territorial sphere and independence from interference of other sovereign actors. However, in digital sphere, state sovereignty is within digital sphere, does not follow the traditional logic of state borders and must be therefore viewed differently. Firstly, in order for digital sovereign to be digital sovereign, he must satisfy two cumulative criteria in order to be data sovereign. Firstly, it's the authority. That's right to autonomously prescribe rules such as Digital Services Act, Digital Markets Act on the level of EU. And secondly, external control, which is enforcement and protection of critical infrastructure from foreign interference and effectively enforcing those regulations that the data sovereign makes as law. That's the starting point, the basis for the concept of data sovereignty. And since we would like to point out that 100% data sovereignty in modern world is very hard to achieve, in literature there are models which can be described as firstly non-committee and then committee model, which can be which present a scale from committee to non-committee, from which we can evaluate how much is one digital sovereign between or state, how much is it digitally sovereign. The degree of digital sovereignty can be evaluated through those models. Firstly, the non-committee model. That approach manifested as a state when state attempts to assert the data sovereignty through so-called brute force. That's through rigorous physical control of infrastructure, which in end effect leads to full state control of the internet and leading to so-called splinternet, which is basically, so to speak, as many data sovereigns there's as many internets available. This encompasses data localization mandates and other measures that confine data sovereignty in borders of the state. On the other hand, there's the committee model, which serves as which represents a recognition accorded by one state within its territory to the legislative, executive, or judicial acts of the other state. And in that model, the data sovereign states recognize the legitimate interests of other states through different mechanisms. Therefore, the committee model is, in our opinion, theoretical basis that theoretical background that enables cross-border cooperation in the area of data sovereignty between states or between states and supranational entities to specific ends. One of those ends or goals is also securing the cyberspace. In that regard, we'll analyze in our article the legislation behind securing the Slovenian cyberspace. Slovenia, as a member of EU, is of course subjected to the NIS2 directive, the EU Cybersecurity Directive. And the law that governs the field in Slovenia is Information Security Act. Highlights of cross-border cooperation with Slovenia and the EU can be seen in the following articles. Firstly, with integration into European crisis management structures, Slovenian authority which is Government Office for Information Security, is integrated in European Cyber Crisis Liaison Organization Network with direct responsibility for participation. Secondly, our government authority can be subjected to peer reviews from other member states' authority, which indicates diminution of national data sovereignty in exchange for collective security. That presents a core, in our opinion, a core idea of transfer of data sovereignty within EU in exchange for collective security of cyberspace. Thirdly, mandatory cross-border notification and reporting and notification. Is obligation that information of cyber attacks cannot be confined within national borders, but rather shared with one member state. With that, a member state loses its capability of having exclusive data to cyber attacks, which of course helps to collectively securing the common European cyberspace. And fourthly, mutual assistance and cross-border inspection. An inspector of Slovenian may request that authority of another state executes supervisory measures, or even under certain conditions, foreign inspector can request and conduct oversight within Slovenia territory. In our opinion, those 4 articles indicate how Slovenia is losing its data sovereignty in favor of EU sovereignty in the domain of securing the cyber space.
Thank you. While Ambroz now talked a little bit about the Slovenian framework, I want to say a couple of words about these quasi-sovereigns and perhaps a new lex mercatoria that is emerging in the 21st century. Probably we're all aware, lex mercatoria, this autonomous legal order that originates in the Middle Ages for dispute resolution between, kind of without state intervention, rules between private actors. And a lot of scholars are positing that now there's a new lex mercatoria emerging because of the globalization and demand for universal rules and in international trade. We're also, of course, all familiar with big tech companies that are these autonomous centers of power and perhaps have risen to the heights of being quasi-sovereigns because they govern the digital space through algorithms and terms of service and infrastructure. And they kind of frequently operate outside of the scope of traditional state regulation. Now, we've heard quite a bit about the Common European Data Space today and the regulations that govern it. One crucial rule that I would like to point out and that Ambroz already mentioned is this prohibition of data localization. And the aim of this rule or this institute is to kind of favor or promote the free flow of data, strengthen the position of economic operators that can then provide their services across borders. So this could be seen as this modern day lex mercatoria. Of course, there are caveats. They must ensure access for competent authorities, etc. And I want to spend a couple of minutes just discussing these FRAND principles, which are kind of the principles that guide the EU legislator as well in the field of data law. The goal of which is to ensure this free flow of data and to neutralize national barriers or this data localization requirements. So FRAND principles stand for fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory. Fair means that the cost has to be allocated equitably between those utilizing the resource. Reasonable means that reasonable pertains to the level of remuneration that a rights holder can achieve. So basically, the remuneration should take into account the incremental value added that the specific technology or data contributes to the final product, rather than, perhaps taking into account network effects or the total value arising from standardization. In practice, how do courts tackle this question? Well, they look at this hypothetical negotiation that could take place between a willing licensor and licensee prior to any use or infringement, and try to figure out what agreement they would have agreed to prior to this. And then the last FRAND principle is this non-discrimination, basically meaning that similarly situated users must be treated in a comparable manner. So, for example, competitors in a similar market. And this does not mean that a uniform pricing, a one size fits all, should be adopted for all of them. Now, why these FRAND principles developed? They're kind of a response to some economic dilemmas, but they could also lead to other dilemmas. And those of you who are more economically inclined will know these things. So one common problem that arises not just in data law, but generally, is this hold-up problem, right? Once a standard or technology has been adopted and users have made significant sunk cost investments, they're kind of locked in, right? The rights holder acquires disproportionate market power and could then use this market power to get to the royalties could kind of be exorbitant, right? So, for example, even if you've now converted into a full Apple products and Apple Watch, MacBook, iPhone, I think a lot of us have, then you need the new you're locked in, right? So the Apple can charge you an exorbitant price for their new product, which will fit into this scheme perfectly. On the other hand, we could have this holdout problem because FRAND principles, if we saw on the other slide, right, they require they demand that the level of remuneration should be reasonable. And this also basically means that the rights holder cannot refuse to license if the payment is kind of reasonable. That means users can basically employ stalling techniques during negotiations to evade payment, knowing that the rights holder cannot really, it will be difficult for him to obtain an injunction. And then finally, this royalty stacking problem again, if there's a product that needs different data sources or patents, and each one of those patents by itself could be subject or could warrant payment of this reasonable royalty, all of them together could exceed the total economic value, and that could potentially stifle innovation. So that's a problem that also arises. To conclude, I know that we're already kind of short on time. We don't think that, or we don't generally think that there's this that the big tech or other actors have evolved to be quasi-sovereigns yet, because we think that the EU is very well aware of this problem. So, for example, we have this Article 5 of the Data Act that explicitly precludes gatekeepers from accessing these specific non-personal data streams. So this uniform regulatory framework that we have does prevent individual actors from exerting such structural power that they would kind of rise above national sovereigns. But in the future, I think these actors are gaining power in the sense that they are, their behavior is kind of mirroring a modern day lex mercatoria, the FRAND principles. Also, model contractual terms encouraged by the Data Act. So we are seeing a lot of private regulation here, and I think that's something that everyone is aware that we need to be mindful of. So I think that's it from our side from now. We will expand on this in our article, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. We are going to be the last of the day, so we'll try to keep it light and entertaining. At least that's the hope. So, okay. As already introduced, I'm Andrea Filippo Ferraris, and I'm here with Susanna Piccarello. And we will focus today on a specific aspect of the access to justice, which we refer to as epistemic accessibility. We will see in a little what we mean by that. First of all, let's set the stage, at least conceptually. What's the background of this research? Basically, we noticed that the classical literature on access to justice focus typically on economic barriers, geographical distance, or availability remedies, which of course are very fundamental aspects of the access to justice quest, but they are not sufficient. It misses something. Indeed, an aspect that is often overlooked is the meaning of access to justice as the capacity to actually understand law and procedure and to actually act upon them. And in this sense, indeed, we claim for a revision, let's say, of the definition of access to justice, or an addition, if you will, that frame access to justice as indeed the capacity to understand applicable law and procedure and to act effectively through competent institution, as nowadays mediated by linguistic, institutional, and computational infrastructures. Indeed, what we see is that many barriers to meaningful access to justice for many people are epistemic. In other words, people struggle to understand legal categories, substantial rights, and procedural pathways. And in this sense, we mean as epistemic accessibility, as you can already guess from the start, as the capacity to interpret such legal information. In other words, we claim that there is a need to move beyond what is a classical assumption in the consumer paradigm, which is basically that the more I provide information to the user, the more they are aware and they can decide upon them, which is not true, actually. And it has been proven, and I cite one paper for all, which is a famous paper from Barth and Young from 2017, published in Telematics and Informatics, which is called the Privacy Paradox, in which they take the privacy notice as testbed for explaining and prove how providing wall of text, technical text, legalese text, if you will, to the user doesn't mean making them more aware or informing them. It's just a formal way to say that they have been informed, but it misses something. And in this sense, indeed, what we claim is that the real question, already in the design phase, both in the channel that provide legal information, as well as all the interfaces in which a consumer or anyway a layperson find themselves operating in, is not and shouldn't be only is information available, but rather a more complex and nuanced. Can a user or consumer, if you will, build a reliable mental model of rights, duties, and procedure with such information? We started elaborating the theory from, by contrast, from a definition that has been already explored in the literature of epistemic injustice. In this sense, and I cite here one paper for all, Fricke from 2007, that according to them, there are two main factors that lead to this epistemic injustice, that are the testimonial injustice and the hermeneutical injustice. The first is basically the inability, if you will, from expert people to give credibility to layperson. So basically, it appears very difficult to take the stance of a non-expert, and so procedures, wording, and the way which information is conceived is not taught for the recipient, actually, and we tend not to give credibility to them. The second is hermeneutical injustice, which is basically the lack of interpretative resources. If you will, there is a missing step, a missing block in between the legal word and the legal forms and the real world scenario in which layperson find themselves operating. So it's very difficult oftentimes to link what it appears to be just a formal definition with a concrete real case. In this sense, it has been argued that, digital infrastructure, or in general, we have referred during the panel already multiple times to the digitalization of the justice system. This can, of course, alleviate the problem, but not by itself. What I mean by that is that there is a risk of encoding these old asymmetries of information and power, if you will, into digital interfaces and workflow that are by definition not neutral. And also, in this sense, we claim and we argue that the mere simplification is not sufficient. Simplification risks modifying the information, removing nuances that we all know are very relevant in the legal domain. And in this sense, indeed, a consumer or a user, or layperson, if you will, need to understand content basis, limits, and alternative procedure pathways, and so on and so forth. And a real epistemic accessibility requires enabling user to verify, contextualize, and eventually be able to challenge possible output, both of the system and of the help tool, which, by the way, can indeed help in this sense, but can also increase the burden, actually. It's not by themselves that this digital tool, or for example, AI-powered solution can by themselves increase epistemic accessibility. So, moving on, starting from the problem, we started elaborating a possible solution. Maybe it's a big word, but at least a way to tackle the question. So summing up, we said the epistemic barriers stem from linguistic complexity and procedural structuring that oftentimes are embedded into digital infrastructure. Indeed, LLM and in general automated self-help tool can mitigate, but can also intensify these barriers. So it's very important how we shape them, how we design them, and how we put them into context. And as we said, textual simplification alone is not enough, and actually doesn't really address some of the questions, such as opaque reasoning, limited user agency. So we believe that this call for a design, for the definition of what we call design principle, especially in case of use of AI or in general digital tool within the legal processes that are every day more relevant, also given the current digitalization of the law. And so we elaborated for the moment 3 principles that I'm going to present from a theoretical perspective, and my colleague Susanna will present in an applied use case. First and foremost, first design principle is what we call situated communication interaction. What's its aim? Basically to reduce the cognitive load and to support understanding while avoiding distorting the legal meaning. How? 2 major pillars, if you will. On the one hand, align the linguistic register, the discourse structure, and the narrative framing to the concrete user context. So basically bring the communication as close as possible to the recipient of the information. And second, ground explanation in user-specific experience and vernacular. And if you remember, in a few seconds ago, we were referring to the fact that there is a missing step in between the legal forms and the legal world, let's say in a formal perspective, and the real world scenario. And this first principle tried really much to address this specific issue. Then, second principle, which is more related to the ability to challenge eventual output, both from the legal system and from the tool that are supposed to help the consumer, the layperson. What we'll really talk here, it's very relevant, for example, when employing AI-based tool, LLM first of the list. And what we're really talking about, grounding the information on accurate and curated legal information, using systems such as RAG, retrieval augmented generation, so as to be able to ground the output of the LLM to accurate information, and in this way reduce the hallucination and reduce a possible misrepresentation of the information provided by the tool. And by the way, this should also align with the AI risk obligation of the AI Act. And then, last but not least, participatory infrastructure. What really is participatory infrastructure? Co-design. What I mean by that, that the user, consumer, or the recipient of the information and the procedure shouldn't only be a recipient, but should become a sort of co-designer rather than just a passive recipient in this. How? Well, providing with a tool and an implementation phase that take into account the community participation that let the concrete recipient of both the procedure and the information express themselves and be able to say their perspective and how much they find this useful, understandable, or rather even more obscure. This should also mean incorporating diverse epistemic perspective, both into the design phase from a conceptual perspective, but also from a technical one, so within the data, the ontologies, and the workflow, and in general, the interfaces. This, by the way, should also prevent epistemic capture and institutional framing, and in general, make all this information more digestible in a real and meaningful way to the layperson. And now, having set the stage from a theoretical point of view, I'm more than happy to leave the floor to Susanna Picariello, which is going to explain this in an applied use case.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Susanna Picariello and I'm a PhD student at PUB. So we have described 3 design principles that aim to reinforce the user's interpretive capacities in AI-mediated legal contexts. But in practice, how can epistemic accessibility be operationalized within a real procedural context? Well, to answer this question, we focused on a specific applied use case, which is the EU-funded project DEUCE, Digitalising European Uncontested Claims Enforcement. The reason why we selected this use case is that DEUCE focuses on a paradigmatic case of epistemic inaccessibility. The European Order for Payment and the European Enforcement Order are formally displayed as procedures that aim at simplifying, facilitating cross-border debt enforcement formally. However, in practice, these procedures are still difficult to access and to navigate for non-expert users, which is consumers. And therefore, the aim of DEUCE was precisely to redesign the procedural interfaces to facilitate cross-border debt enforcement. In which way? By proceeding with procedural orientation, so developing a roadmap that guides users through the national enforcement rules of EOP and EEO, and through the redesign of the forms for these procedures, not by merely proceeding with linguistic simplification, as explained before, but by moving toward a structural mediation that is able to support the users through the whole steps of the processes. So the first objective was the development of a roadmap. To reach this objective, we conducted a comparative study by mapping all the enforcement rules regarding the EOP and the EEO procedures across the EU member states. The information that we have collected, as explained before by Professor Josipovic and by all the other speakers, concern the authorities responsible for these procedures, the costs and the allocation of costs, the availability of legal aid, and at the end, all this information were integrated into the final platform that is now in the roadmap that is now available on the platform of DEUCE. That allows a transition from fragmented procedural information to structured user-oriented guidance. So as you can see from these images, the user can simply hover the cursor on the member states of the European Union, and he will have synthesized information concerning these procedures. And then once he selects a specific member state and he clicks on it, he will get more complete and a more comprehensive overview on the functioning of these procedures in the different member states. Then the second fundamental step and the objective to reach was the lexical and structural simplification of the forms. As explained before by Andrea, we are not focusing on merely simplifying the text, but we aim to accompany the final user along the whole process. So we also focused on the overall structure on the forms. To reach this objective, we conducted a systematic analysis of the existing forms in their terminology and the overall structure. And then we proceeded with the lexical clarification of the most difficult terms, legal terms detected, and by providing synonyms or definitions. And we proceeded with a discourse level restructuring by selecting a hybrid approach. So an LLM assisted reformulation as well as the subsequent expert validation. And crucially, to reach this objective, we selected co-design structures. So consumers were not passive recipients, but they were actually co-designers of this platform. So thanks to the direct involvement of the Italian Consumers Association, Adiconsum, the German Consumers Association, ZEV, and the Legal Professionals Associations, EUBF and FBE, we were able to have both an initial supervision of the LLM-assisted simplification, and then the consumers as well as legal professionals were involved in the validation phase and the subsequent refinement. And overall, this setup enabled us to gather some precious insight on the work of simplification that was conducted, because 76 of the respondents, both consumers and legal professionals, considered that the simplified version of the forms were significantly easier to understand than the original forms. And more specifically, they considered that a simpler terminology, but also shorter sentences and the overall clearer layout or flow of the forms were the most important elements that contributed to the simplification, what made the forms really understandable for users. And then this simplification work, together with the feedback gathered from consumers and legal professionals, were integrated in our final platform that is now available on the DEUCE website. So the users get access to the original version of the form, but they can have synonyms or definitions for the most difficult legal terms to understand. They have the possibility then to switch to a completely simplified version of the forms. They have access to useful PDFs, which are integrated within the website, so the user doesn't have to leave the website to access further information. And overall, they are guided throughout all the steps of these procedures. So to conclude, as anticipated, effective access to justice, to grant effective access to justice in digital environments, we don't have to just simply focus on the simplification of legal language, but we need to strengthen the user's epistemic position, making them able to understand their rights, verify the information concerning the procedures, and then contextualize and act upon their rights. DEUCE has been analyzed as an applied use case that operationalizes this principle, but our future direction, potential, and hopefully future direction that we will focus on will be on expanding this architecture, this model, beyond cross-border debt enforcement, applying the model to other possible procedural domains, to actually reinforce the user's interpretive capacity in digital justice systems. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to questions.
Welcome. Thanks for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here. Well, I don't use PowerPoints. The older I'm getting, the less PowerPoints I do. So you have to bear with me. So you only have my voice. And automated enforcement of consumer rights, making consumer law really count. So we talk a lot about consumer law, and here at that conference, we talk about consumer law all the time. But dollars to donuts, let's be honest. What about the enforcement of consumer law in real life? Let's be honest. Jürgen Basedow, former director of the Max Planck Institute, said, and I quote from the Juristenzeitung, he said, "Consumer law is a fleet in being." Do you know what is a fleet in being? So these are ships which are always exclusively situated at the harbor, but which are never supposed to leave the harbor. They're sort of trying to threaten the others, but they are never made for there to really fight. Yeah, and so he said it's to a large extent consumer law is not enforced. But if he's right again, and I was thinking, I believe the next question is, do we actually want that consumer law is really enforced, but we just have practical problems to do so? Or is consumer law actually designed not to be enforced to a large extent? There is Franz Hoffmann, also a German professor. He said, private law and consumer law is not meant to be fully enforced. It must be under-enforced to a large extent, he said. Otherwise, the system would collapse. That is his hypothesis. And it's almost a philosophical question. Do we agree? Do we agree that we accept, it's like, yeah, we are doing that, but to a large extent, we don't want that it is enforced. And what I'm doing is personally, I don't agree, because it's like if I'm teaching my students 5 years law, and then at the very last lecture, I'm saying, you know, all what I told you is actually a fleet in being, you know, it's never meant to be enforced, at least to a large extent. I would feel like a hoax. At least this is my personal opinion, but still, personally, I believe consumer law should not only exclusively, or to a large extent, a fleet in being. But if we conclude that consumer law should be fully enforced, the question is, of course, how to do it. That's the elephant in the room. And to give you a little bit more hands-on experience, I would like to focus on compensation for flight delays or cancellations. Yeah, a lot of people here in the room, you are flying, I guess, and you have made the experience, flight is delayed for more than 3 hours, and then you know there is the EU flight compensation regulation of 2004, and if it's but if it's more than 3 hours, and let's say if it is within Europe, you get a compensation of 250 euros. Yeah, so relatively easy, straightforward conditions. For many years, that regulation was highly under-enforced. There are empirical legal studies which said 95% of all the claims were eventually not enforced. Yeah, and I think I had 15 to 20 flight delays in my life, and I had it one time that the airline paid without any issues. Normally, they always said, you know, no, we are not paying for whatever reason. So, and at least I knew about these compensation, right? And the thing is, well, how to fix it? How to fix it? Yeah, 95% not enforced. We could say, well, letting the market do its job. Let's do legal tech companies do the job. And that is happening. There are many companies who are actually helping consumers as a sort of assignment of claims. Now, this is Flight, Ride, and many other companies, legal tech companies. And so It's an assignment model, more or less. So they are collecting all the claims, and then they bundle them against, for example, Lufthansa or KLM. There is a business model, but they don't do that for free. They take 30%. That's quite a lot. Yeah? So the compensation for the consumer is less. That's option one. Option two is, well, and that was also argued, so like insurance companies. Yeah? Insurance companies could offer automated payments of compensation, for example, via smart contracts. That has been done by some insurance companies, but they stopped. It was not a big success. So also here, apparently letting the market do the job doesn't work. You might argue another last option, and that is airlines could offer automated payments of compensation, for example, via smart contracts, which would mean the moment there is a flight delay more than 3 hours, you would automatically receive the money. The second, or the moment the compensation, or the moment the flight delay is more than 3 hours. That is possible. The thing is, not one airline is doing it. Not one. Yeah, because you might argue, okay, I could make some ads and saying, no, in case there is a flight delay, we have a system, and maybe we hope that we get a bigger chunk of the market. Not one airline is doing it. Because remember, 95% of the claims were until a few years ago not enforced. If you change that, these are, for the European market per year, billions of euros. So it's a huge change. Anyways, so letting the market do the job actually does not work, I believe. So what we really need to change the enforcement rate, we need some new ideas for a new approach, de lege ferenda. And one idea could be to make automated enforcement of, for example, flight compensation rights mandatory. A mandatory automated enforcement of consumer rights. Technically, that would be easy. Yeah, so that is not rocket science. We could technically, that's possible that you receive the 250 euros if the delay is more than 3 hours. Via smart contracts, that's not a big deal. You might say, oh my God, is that maybe a bridge too far? Has nobody thought about it? No, there were attempts to do so. And that was some years ago. There was a proposal by the German Federal Council to do so. They said, let's do it mandatory. Let's introduce a mandatory automated payment of consumer rights. And then the question is why it's not there. Of course, well, the airlines wouldn't be very happy with it, that's for sure. But what are the potential issues, let's say risks or chances, if we would introduce such a mandatory automated payment of flight compensations? Of course, one thing is, can everything be coded? Because there is also a force majeure exemption. Yeah. So, but I think we could get around it. But I can explain a little bit more in the discussion if you want. But in principle, it is very relatively easy to code, with the exception of the force majeure exception. But force majeure is strictly interpreted by the European Court of Justice. So there are very few occasions where the European Court of Justice actually says, well, that's a force majeure. Anyways, Franz Hoffmann said, well, you are setting the private law upside down, and this is a forced benefit. So the consumer would get a forced benefit. Maybe he doesn't want those 250 euros. Yeah, so we are taking the liberty of the consumer not to go against or not to go after the airline, because maybe I don't want to have good relations with the airline. I think that's just not the reality. Personally, I couldn't care less. I understand if it's a B2B situations where I have long-standing relationships with the business partner is different, but as a consumer, I couldn't care less. Yeah, I want the money, and I don't care whether I have good relations with KLM or with any other airline. So I don't think that's a strong argument. One issue is that if we automate consumer law, then maybe the substantive law needs to be revised. So is the 250 euros, for example, still okay if the consumer doesn't have to do anything anymore? Yeah, because if we would change the enforcement rate from 5% to 100%, we also have we have to bear in mind that that would be an enormous burden for the airlines. So maybe the 250 euros is too much. Yeah, because we don't have to do anything anymore. We just lean back. We are drinking our coffee at the airport, and then we have the 250 euros. So it might be that we have to look at the substantive law if we automate consumer. But this could also be a chance for a more granular and fairer law. Because what happens right now with flight delays? So if it's 2 hours, 59 minutes, you receive 0, nothing. If it's the magical moment where it's 3 hours, then you get 250. But then if it takes 8 hours, still 300 euros. Is that fair? Does that sound it? Why not making it more granular? With smart contracts, it would be easy that we say, okay, there is the first 30 minutes, there are no compensations. And then we do it per minute up to a particular threshold. Yeah. So there is not this magical moment of 3 hours. Why not making it more granular, and that we could create a fairer consumer law, maybe for the airlines, but also for the consumers? Let me slowly conclude, as I have 13 minutes left. I did 13 minutes, so I think I have 2 minutes left, right? So let me conclude. So if we agree that consumer law should not, to a large extent, only be a fleet in being, I believe we need to come up with fresh ideas. And I know that technology is always often seen as a disruption. Yeah, you read it everywhere, disruptive technology and so on. Maybe some new technologies, like, for example, smart contracts, can actually be a solution for some of the pressing issues of consumer law. And personally, I believe, if I do like a sort of roadmap, what we need to do is, first, I believe that we need to bring the idea of mandatory automated enforcement of consumer law to the EU level. Second, we need to find out where to introduce mandatory automated enforcement of consumer law, so what is possible and what does not work. C, I believe that mandatory automated enforcement of consumer law is not only a chance for a better enforcement, so a higher enforcement rate, but also a chance for a more granular and fairer consumer law. And therefore, I believe we shouldn't miss this chance. Thank you very much. And that's German precision, right? This is exactly 15 minutes. I was so proud of myself. Thank you very much.
Okay, morning everybody, with whom I have not had the pleasure to get
to speak this morning. We are using slides, however, as I find it one of the few ways how to insert some jokes into quite serious themes and topics that we are discussing. In the interest of time, those who knows us will understand me when I say that will try to take 5 minutes and then leave the rest to Rimantas, as he has quite an optimistic approach towards time. The topic that we chose is to speak about the European Order for Payment and European Enforcement Order, and basically whether it serves the rights and whether it reaches the aims that the creditors have in this day and age, where AI and algorithms and IT and computers have taken our entire lives. So let's begin with what European Payment Order and the European Enforcement Order was supposed to be. And it's supposed to be a simplified procedure for cross-border monetary claims. And it's also supposed to be a simple procedure that can be used for uncontested cross-border claims. And it's also supposed to be, and this is important, it should allow a judgment in an uncontested claim delivered in one member state to be easily recognized and enforced in another member state. Why am I so confident in saying that it's supposed to be like that? Because I'm quoting the e-justice portal. Aim that I might say significantly failed, because you cannot be successful in something that you're not trying to reach. The main problem that we're seeing is that those two instruments, although quite important, and the idea behind them was very nice, the aim of them was to unify the procedure itself, but not the enforcement, which basically landed us in a situation where we have a quite, let's call it Brussels-centric approach towards the procedure of issuing the instrument, and very member states fragmented approach towards enforcing them, because now instead of one instrument we have 27 different procedures, which in theory looks like that. In practice, my idea is it looks more like that, where you do not know where to start, where to go, and how to enforce it, even if you're a qualified lawyer in another member state and have taken EU law courses on EU, etc. And there are things that is important to reconsider. For example, what is going to be your state of enforcement? What's the competent authority and what are their powers? Does it have actual powers to enforce it, or is it more or less toothless authority that only deals with issues on a theoretical and not practical level? What is the submission procedure? Whether you need a printed version or electronic one, because in some member states we now have a mandatory electronic filing, and if you come with signed paper document, which is not accepted that easily. Whether you need paper signature, that ink signature, or is qualified e-signature okay, or is it vice versa? Is the e-signature preferred one? Does the debtor have assets, and where? What are the methods that the competent authority can use, etc., etc. These are all the questions that are important, even if you're a consumer and you have a quite small claim, relatively small claim, you need to know all this. And if we're having 27 different procedures, that's not that easy to know entire member states regulation. During our project, we saw quite some. We saw some differences in member states. For example, some of them have very high level of of digitalization. And here, probably smaller countries can boast with more success, like Lithuania and Estonians. Having less population, we can achieve quite effective enforcement procedures, which are electronic and digitalized. Some of the member states, although claiming to and actually having quite digitalized and quite efficient systems, makes it impossible for non-citizen of a state using it. For example, it requires national ID code, which you do not have if you live in a member state, or national tax number, or the interface is only in the local language, which even if it should be digitalized and makes you easier to enforce the document, in practice it's not, and you still need a lawyer. Then we're having the question where to go. Is the member states distributed these powers to the bailiffs or the courts, or some systems have joint approach where both bailiffs and courts have enforcement powers, and additional actions can be also handed out to other institutions like notaries and police and registers. Another issue, and quite important, is language and costs, meaning that majority of member states requires the enforcement documents to be in a national language. Only some of them accept the documents in English as a second language. Some of them accept the documents in multiple languages, but even if it's either the language which is also like a second or a third official language of the country, or if it's a language of some minority which are historically living in that member state, meaning that the party who wants to enforce their instrument, their EU instrument, are responsible for translations and annexes and the costs relating to that. And these are all the issues that we are thinking that in this electronic day and age maybe can be managed with a little use, a little help with digitalization and artificial intelligence. And this is where I hand the microphone to my colleague and his optimistic approach towards time.
Hello, nice to be here. Thank you once again for invitation. I'm happy that we cooperate with partners in order to develop certain tools and help consumers, but not only consumers, also small businesses, to overcome and bridge these gaps, which were identified by Milda. In that particular project, we're targeting European Enforcement Order and European Payment Order. So, as Milda already described, even if you have a European Enforcement Order, which is enforceable in all 27 European Union member states in your hands or in your pocket, this is only the start of your journey towards collecting that money. And what to do? Milda already identified certain list of questions, but this is not exhaustive list of questions. Where to go? So what state should I identify? And by the way, it might be not sufficient in specific states. For example, in Lithuania, if you want to submit via electronic system the particular enforcement document, you need to identify not only the state as Lithuania, but also municipality where the debtor resides. Hello, we have a problem. How to identify municipality? You have to know something, you have to approach databases, etc. So this is only the start of your journey. Going to another question, okay, you identify the state, maybe you know municipality if it need be. Where to go? What institution should I approach? Yes. Well, where do I find information that in Lithuania I need to approach Lithuanian bailiffs? But this is not exactly the so, because I need to approach as a foreigner, not Lithuanian bailiffs. I need to approach the electronic system online. Or if I cannot access or log into that system, I need to approach Lithuanian bailiff chamber to help me, to assist me to log into that system and upload the document in order to start the enforcement proceedings. In some other states, you need to do it not electronically, but in paper form. And sometimes you need to approach courts. in the system where courts perform certain functions in enforcement. For example, Italy, Slovenia, to a certain extent France and Germany in certain cases and certain things. But sometimes you need to approach with different institutions because the competence between courts and other institutions, for example, bailiffs or notaries, are divided in enforcement cases in these instances. So where do I find it, this information, and where to go? Even if I know where to go and I'm navigated, for example, through these tools as was developed in this particular project, DEUCE project, yes, this roadmap for enforcement, even if I know where to go, how to communicate with these institutions. We have languages here, and from another employer as a Lithuanian lawyer, sometimes we need to accompany foreign creditors in enforcement processes. So we know that some bailiffs and their assistants, they do not speak English. I mean, majority of them, they do speak English, that's okay. And if you're English speaker foreigner going to Lithuania for enforce, you are quite in good hands. But somebody, they don't, in some smaller cities or towns in Lithuania, and they do not make this additional effort to speak in English. And say, okay, official language in Lithuania, so I will communicate in Lithuanian, and that's it. Maybe electronic translation machines operated by well-known tools such as Gemini or DeepL or some others can help you to machine translate and communicate with these persons online, but they're not precise, and sometimes precision is necessary. So how to overcome this language barriers? And this is only the start. We have not reached the stage of real enforcement, distribution of money, invoicing, and all that stuff. Well, I listed only a small portion of these problems. And on the example of only one country, and maybe pointing to different countries as well. So what does it mean? It means facing with 27 different systems if you have European enforcement order in your hand, yes, and even targeted to the specific one country if you know where to go, yes. It opens up a multitude of other questions and other gaps which needs to be bridged. And digitalization and automation, the use of artificial intelligence, in fact, can be very helpful. At this stage of technological development, it's not 100% helpful, but it can be used as a very useful tool. For example, we already have in this DEUCE project developed this roadmap for enforcement, which in plain, simple language gives the consumer or other small creditor information, what country, what institution, what are the main rules, yes, in the language that he speaks, he understands, well, not being a lawyer, yeah? And this is very, very good way on how to start this journey. Another portal, which is also available, still not updated constantly, a little bit outdated, is European e-Justice portal, which can navigate you to the specific institution, their contact details, and maybe also give additional information for these consumers or these creditors who like to read lots of documents. If they do not like to read, maybe they can use assistance of ChatGPT or Copilot of other devices to summarize and present the essence of this information. By the way, this is our advice how to go and what to do in foreign jurisdictions. I mean, to use current existing platforms, existing databases, and also switch on and enable you more using various other automation devices which are available on the market. And for example, in relation to this Lithuanian enforcement situation, what I did myself in preparation for that presentation, well, I used ChatGPT to navigate me. I'm telling, I'm Italian creditor, I do not speak Lithuanian, help me, I have European enforcement order, issued here in Italy by this and this, help me what to do, where to go, and what to do. Maybe you can point me to certain databases. Okay, DEUCE roadmap was not pointed out to me, but when I asked specifically and prompted specifically, yes, there is such a database, it's very useful, it can give you additional information. And this additional assistance of generic artificial intelligence tools, which become more and more powerful each day, each month, each half a year, yes, you can be navigated quite efficiently. Sometimes they well, present not correct information to you. Sometimes they hallucinate. Myself being a lawyer in Lithuania, I know what mistakes these tools do, and they did lots of mistakes in that particular exercise. But then I well ask you the simple question: okay, you navigated me to Lithuanian enforcement system, but I cannot log in because it requires that foreigners have specific ID or specific tools to log into the system. What to do? Oh yeah, that's a normal problem. So what you need to do, you need to approach Lithuanian Bailiff chambers, etc., etc. Could you please help me to write a letter to Lithuanian Bailiff chamber on the basis of my situation? Here is the letter. Here is contact details. You can well send it out via email. Here is email address, and you are good to go. So this is very helpful assistance, by the way, which is already available, and well. We can try to duplicate or design specific new tools which can, well, replace this generic AI models which are commercial based and developed on much larger data sets, yes. But what we could do, we could try to adapt in creating rules and in creating procedures how to enable better these specific tools which are already available on the market and which we are developing in rapid speed. So better to evolve, better to adjust, better to integrate them into our reality, which is currently the new trend in legal professional legal practice, not in courts, but in legal private practice. It is absolute trend. It is booming currently. But for example, being Lithuanian law, I know how many artificial intelligence tools we already started to use, and they themselves become more and more powerful. And we normally would put ourselves in the shoes of our clients, being us. The same tools can be used as well by the clients. So what is necessary to do to create a normative base, an operational base to enable use of that tools and efficiently help consumers focusing and revolving around consumers' needs and wishes, how to go forward and how to assist them, how to navigate them, how to help them to communicate with enforcement authorities, to answer questions, to machine translate, to help to design and prepare documents necessary. So current artificial intelligence tools and models already can be quite helpful intermediaries and assistants. And this trend is going to improve and enhance their possibilities. So in order to allow this gap and bridge current gaps more efficiently, we need to bear in mind the current situation, and we need to adjust and adapt our normative basis and our operational administration systems. And digitalization, by the way, is very crucial here, because if you have the enforcement system available online, remotely accessible, using emails, but at least faxes, yes. So digitally, so this is one side of a story. If you have everything in paper, well, that's not a good sign. And if you have everything on paper, you cannot train these artificial intelligence devices to provide you correct answers and to navigate you if it's only paper-based. So digitalization is necessity, is a must in all current, well, European Union enforcement systems. And we need to accelerate this to the extent possible. One side. Another side, opening these digital systems to any citizens, not only focusing on, well, local citizens and local languages, but to any other citizens in European Union. And another thing, to create interface how artificial intelligence devices can be integrated into the systems to provide efficient assistance to the consumers, to the persons interested. So that's the way forward. And I believe going this route, we can create a new digital reality, bridging currently existing gaps and helping efficiently to go to the final results, not only having this enforcement title on your hands, but having money in your hands with use and assistance of various modern tools. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having me today for this conference.
As you may have noticed some similarities between this presentation and the previous one. The Lithuanian colleagues mentioned extensively about the European enforcement order, so there might be some repetition in this presentation. I am very grateful to contribute to this discussion regarding the credibility of EU civil justice and whether cross-border judgments can truly circulate efficiently, predictably, and fairly across the Union. The topic of our paper that we're developing with my colleagues from the University of Nicosia is bringing Brussels IBIS closer to the European enforcement order, lessons learned for the future of cross-border recognition and enforcement of civil and commercial judgments in the EU. Right, so Brussels IBIS was a landmark reform. The abolition of exequatur was meant to signal mutual trust between member states and to make the circulation of judgments in civil commercial matters almost automatic. However, as we saw in the previous and today's day in the conference, if we look at the reality of cross-border enforcement, the experience of litigants and practitioners is still one of friction. Enforcement remains slow, costly, and uncertain, and perhaps most importantly, remains deeply uneven. A creditor who enforces in one member state may obtain quick and effective execution, while another creditor enforcing an equivalent judgment in another member state may face delay, procedural obstacles, and practical non-cooperation. So the core question of our paper aims to address how can the procedural innovations in digital infrastructure embedded in the European enforcement order improve the efficiency, fairness, and interoperability of cross-border enforcement under the Brussels IBIS. If we look closely at the Brussels IBIS, we can identify several structural weaknesses which explain why this friction persists. First, though exequatur has been abolished, the regulation still contains residual grounds for refusal of recognition and enforcement under Articles 45 and 46. These grounds include public policy objections, defective service, and other procedural irregularities. One might argue that these grounds are necessary safeguards, and I agree, at least in principle, but the problem is that in practice they function as a form of hidden exequatur because they allow member states to reintroduce judicial barriers in the enforcement stage. Moreover, they're applied unevenly. Public policy is interpreted differently across member states, defective services assessed differently across member states, and procedural fairness is evaluated differently across member states. The second weakness is the inconsistent use of standard forms. Brussels IBIS does provide forms and certificates, but their use is often treated as a technicality rather than as the backbone of harmonization. And thirdly, Brussels IBIS lacks any meaningful digital or automated enforcement workflow. Its absence of digital and automated enforcement processes significantly slows down cross-border debt recovery and increases costs for parties. Even today, enforcement often relies on paper transmission, manual verification, and fragmented national interfaces. So while the regulation has removed the formal declaration of enforceability, it has not created an enforcement system that is truly automatic in practice. In essence, the door has been removed, but the doorkeepers remain. A study conducted between 2020 and 2023, covering 19 member states, examined cross-border asset recovery, including foreign enforcement orders in areas such as fraud, money laundering, and confiscation. Member states collectively received 1,662 foreign freezing orders and confiscation orders. Of these, 1,297, approximately 78%, were recognized. However, only 48 were executed. That represents 24.5% of the total orders received and 31.5% of the recognized orders. Lithuania, for example, received 500 orders and recognized 93.6% of them, yet executed only 50% of those recognized. Bulgaria received 349 orders and recognized only 49% and executed just 5.7% of those orders. In contrast, the Netherlands presents a key exception. It received 273 orders, recognized 19.2%, and executed 54.5% of them. France shows another interesting pattern. The recognition is moderate, but execution after recognition is extremely high. And for smaller member states such as Cyprus, Greece, and Slovenia, they achieve perfect recognition and execution rates. However, if you notice, they have received a very small amount of orders compared to the other examples that I mentioned. So the EU does not suffer from a single systemic failure, it suffers from structural divergence. Recognition is largely functioning compared to the execution infrastructure. So the gap between recognition and execution is not marginal, it is structural. And that is precisely where digital and procedural harmonization must intervene. So the question becomes, why does this gap persist even after exequator was abolished? And the answer that we will argue in our paper lies in the infrastructure. Brussels IBIS removed the legal obstacle, but did not build a digital enforcement architecture. Cross-border enforcement still relies on national procedures, national interfaces, and national administrative capacity. The transmission is fragmented, monitoring is limited, and verification remains manual, and enforcement authorities across member states are not technologically integrated. So what we see is that mutual trust is legally assumed, but operationally unsupported. In other words, Brussels IBIS removed the legal barrier, but left enforcement dependent on uneven national resources and outdated workflows. This brings me to the European Enforcement Order and its relevance. The EU is built around certification. Once a judgment is certified as meeting procedural minimum standards, it circulates freely, and enforcement in the member states addressed becomes almost automatic. Crucially, the EU is designed so that debtor protection is secured at the front end. The debtor must have had proper notice, the opportunity to contest, and procedural guarantees. Once those safeguards are met, the system does not reintroduce barriers at the enforcement stage. The EU also relies heavily on standardized forms, and it has effectively leveraged digitalized workflows to streamline cross-border enforcement. So the EU embodies a model where enforcement is not slowed down by repeated judicial review. It shows that we can have efficiency and due process simultaneously. And that is exactly the kind of method that Brussels IBIS could use to internalize. If we compare Brussels IBIS to the EU, the contrast becomes very clear. Brussels IBIS, despite its reforms, still relies on decentralized enforcement, residual refusal grounds, and national procedural autonomy. The EU relies on certification, standardization, and a more automated workflow. The difference between the two regimes is not ideological, it is procedural and technological. So the EU we want to use the EU to represent a procedural model of enforcement that can be used as a blueprint for reform. Moving on. Building on this, our paper proposes a structured enforcement model that brings Brussels IBIS closer to the EU. The idea is not to replace Brussels IBIS, it is to upgrade it. This would mean developing a hybrid regime that preserves Brussels IBIS scope and mutual trust principles, but incorporates the EU's procedural discipline and its digital infrastructure method. Specifically, is to design a hybrid regime where Brussels IBIS retains its substantive scope and mutual trust. This model was grounded in three assumptions. First, enforcement in the EU cannot remain paper-based. Second, enforcement cannot depend entirely on national procedural autonomy if we want genuine predictability. And thirdly, digitalization must be paired with accountability. The model that we propose rests on three pillars. Firstly, the creation of a common EU digital platform for enforcement, which would harmonize transmission, service, and monitoring of enforcement titles across member states. Secondly, embedding algorithmic accountability and oversight mechanisms so that efficiency is increased, while procedural rights are protected through built-in safeguards. And thirdly, exploring blockchain or distributed ledger solutions for certification of judgments and standard forms. This third pillar is about trust. A distributed ledger could make certification tamper-resistant, verifiable, and interoperable across the Union. It would reduce repeated verification and manual authentication steps, which in practice recreate executor-like friction. It would therefore operationalize the EU certification method in a digital enforcement environment. To conclude, Brussels IBIS is a legally advanced instrument. It reflects decades of EU integration in civil justice, but it remains procedurally outdated. The abolition of exequatur was a major step, but it did not eliminate enforcement friction. The European Enforcement Order can offer a proven model of certification-based enforcement that combines efficiency with due process. If Brussels IBIS is reformed through digitalization, procedural harmonization, and interoperable certification, it can move closer to a truly seamless enforcement regime. And perhaps most importantly, it can deliver what EU civil justice ultimately promises, a union where judgments do not merely circulate in theory, but operate in practice. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Giacalone and the entire DIKE research group for this invitation and for the opportunity to present my paper on injustice tools and crypto-enabled organized crime. Well, let's start with a simple observation. In the fast-moving digital markets, governance, trust, and compliance are no longer background conditions, because they are drivers of adoption and behavior. This is especially true in crypto asset ecosystems, where regulation is evolving quickly and market participants often operate under uncertainty. So my study intends to address a question that is increasingly central in the EU law and policy. So we need to better understand how can the European Union and the member states strengthen digital enforcement, against crypto-enabled organized crime while preserving procedural fairness and effective remedies in cross-border settings. Well, e-justice tools are now indispensable for investigations involving crypto assets. But the legitimacy depends on whether tool-supported enforcement remain legally reviewable, contestable, proportionate, and accountable, particularly when measures are accelerated and coordinated across different jurisdictions. And crypto-enabled crime present a distinctive enforcement challenge because those crimes are often transnational, fast-moving, and technological adaptive. Evidence is frequently digital, fragmented, and time-sensitive. Assets can be moved really rapidly, and the operational window for intervention for example, freezing or tracing can be really narrow. As a result, enforcement increasingly relies on digital tools and infrastructures. I'm thinking about blockchain analytics, digital evidence workflows, and automated detection mechanisms. And these tools can scale investigative capacity and improve the speed of response. However, their core features, which are speed, scale, and partial automation, also create risks, because the more enforcement relies on rapidly tool-generated outputs, the greater the pressure is on traditional safeguards. Let's think about disclosure, about the right to change, the transparency of reasoning, but also proportionality. Thus, the focus objective is to map how e-justice tools are used against crypto-enabled organized crime in the EU and to evaluate whether current cooperation and enforcement practices adequately protect procedural fairness. So it is important to understand Which enforcement functions are increasingly delegated to digital tools in crypto-related cases? How does cross-border cooperation operate in practice for crypto evidence and asset recovery? And where are the main points of friction? Where do procedural fairness concerns concentrate, particularly when decisions are accelerated, distributed across agencies, or based on automated inferences? This study outlines why crypto assets have altered the investigative landscape in the European Union and why enforcement is increasingly characterized as digital first. Well, observed patterns since 2019 indicate an expansion of profit-driven schemes, particularly money laundering, fraud, and crypto scams, in which crypto assets function as instrument for value transfer, for layering and concealment. A second recurring feature is the cross-border structure of these cases. Relevant actors, service providers, and assets frequently span multiple member states and often involve third-country intermediaries. Moreover, the ecosystem increasingly relies on anonymization and obfuscation strategies, including techniques intended to impede attribution while exploiting the speed and liquidity of digital transactions. And while crypto can support concealment, many transactions remain traceable only in practice, meaning investigative outcomes depend heavily on access to appropriate tools, timely data preservation, and effective cross-border cooperation. Because traceability therefore exists, but it is contingent on the functioning of the investigative pipeline. And this explains why enforcement becomes digital first. Investigation depends on electronic data and rapid preservation of records across different platforms. Tracing and attribution require specialized analytics and interoperable cross-border evidence channels. And timing is decisive because assets can move really quickly, so delays may compromise both assets recovery and evidentiary integrity. With that in place, we can assess what these tools actually do in crypto investigations. The study groups e-justice tools into functional categories. The first one relates to blockchain analytics and tracing. And these tools can produce investigative leads and map transaction flows, sometimes across chains and services. The second group relates to digital evidence acquisition and preservation. I'm thinking about capturing platform data, device data, and maintaining chain of custody in a context where data may be dispersed and really volatile. Third, AI-assisted monitoring and pattern detection, often used to triage large volumes of signals and prioritize investigative resources. The last group relates to automated flagging and risk scoring, which for sure can shape both investigative priorities and preventive actions. And the core point here is not that tools replace judgment, but that they can restructure the investigative narrative, what becomes visible, what counts as suspicions, and what triggers measures. And two governance issues are particularly significant from a rule of law perspective. First of all, reliability and contestability. Because if investigative conclusions rely on proprietary tools or opaque models, then the ability of the defense and sometimes the courts also to scrutinize methods can be constrained in legal terms. And this might risk to weakening the practical meaning of adversarial testing, especially when tool-derived inferences underpin coercive measures. And the second aspect is accountability. Automated or semi-automated systems can generate false positive, can generate misattribution of relationships, or reflect biases embedded in data or assumptions. And where such outputs influence freezes, seizures, or charging decisions, safeguards must ensure that the affected person can obtain reasons, contest the inference, and receive effective review. And these risks become more complex in cross-border settings where responsibility and procedural guarantees can diffuse. In fact, crypto assets routinely require cross-border action because evidence, service providers, and assets are rarely located in only one jurisdiction. Within the EU, cooperation relies on formal legal instrument and institutional coordination. A central judicial cooperation mechanism is the European Investigation Order, which enables member states to request investigative measures and evidence from one another. Data exchange and alerts may occur through the EU systems, such as the Schengen Information System, and operational coordination can involve agencies such as Europol and Eurojust. In practice, however, crypto investigations stress test interoperability has divergent procedures, has variable technical capacities, and has intrinsic delays that are particularly costly when assets can move instantly, like in the case of crypto assets, and evidence can be lost. So these practical realities shape where procedural fairness risks concentrate, which is the core objective, the core focus of this study. The analysis identified 3 points where procedural fairness risks concentrate. The necessity of rapid preventive measures, which are freezes or access restrictions, and this may be triggered quickly, sometimes before robust disclosure it is possible, and can weaken the immediacy and effectiveness of remedies if reasons are limited or if review is delayed. Another aspect is cross-border opacity and responsibility gaps, because when evidence is collected in one jurisdiction, analyzed elsewhere, and relied upon by another authority, it can be unclear which legal system ensures disclosure obligation, which legal system access to files, which legal system meaningful challenge. And pay attention, this is not only a technical issue, it is a question of attribution of responsibilities for rights protection. And the last risk is the proportionality and also the non-discrimination concerns, because broad monitoring, broad profiling, or risk scoring can disproportionately impact legitimate users, generate stigma, and embed structural bias, especially if systems are designed primarily for detection and efficiency rather than right-sensitive design. The overarching point is that procedural fairness requires enforcement to remain legible, to remain reviewable, to remain contestable, even where operational speed is essential. Turning to policy implications, especially from a MiCA perspective, our results suggest that regulatory frameworks are most effective when they are paired with credible governance and transparency mechanisms at the operational level. Things like clear disclosures, complaint handling, accountability structures, and auditable practices are really important. And in practical terms, this points to two policy implications. Supervisions and implementation guidance matter as much as the rules. Market actors respond to signals of enforceability and consistent standards. The second point is that policymakers and platforms should invest in compliance by design and governance by design, because trust is produced through the user experience of accountability, not simply through formal compliance claims. And this will reduce excessive dependence on opaque vendor claims, and for sure it will strengthen the robustness of prosecutions. Going to the conclusion, crypto-enabled organized crime has direct implications for the enforcement of justice within EU member states because it systematically compresses time, disperses evidence, and fragments jurisdictions. Investigations and prosecution increasingly depend on rapid access to digital evidence, reliable attribution of transactions and actors, and swift asset freezing or recovery measures, often across multiple legal systems and through intermediaries such as service providers. This shift enforcement from a predominantly territorial sequential model to a networked, tool-mediated and cross-border model where operational effectiveness hinges on interoperability in specialized expertise and capacity to execute cooperational instruments without delay. At the same time, the reliance on positives can scale quickly. Responsibility for ensuring disclosure and effective remedies can become diffuse across jurisdictions, and proportionality must be strained when preventive measures are trigged before full adversarial testing. The resulting policy implication is that the EU member states must strengthen enforcement not only by expanding technical capabilities and cross-border coordination, but also by embedding procedural safeguards, auditability, and contestability into digital enforcement pathways so that effectiveness against crypto-enabled crimes is achieved without undermining the legitimacy of criminal justice and without undermining the EU commitment to protect fundamental rights. Thank you so much for your attention.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you so much for the introduction, Flora. So today I will present some data, some empirical data about the public enforcement state of the art in EU and US, also considering the new enforcement of the MiCA regulation that has been adopted in 2023. I will also provide an overview of one of the first probably the first sanction that has been adopted under the MiCA framework, which has been adopted in Italy. So let's go on. Okay, so as we all know, the public enforcement is the application of law by public authorities through investigations, sanctions, and ascertaining like violations of law. And especially considering crypto assets, if we see the press, but also the databases of the public authorities, we can see the significance of the phenomenon. So there are many cases concerning crypto assets, and we will see them in the following slides. But the fact is that there is no official consolidated report that reports and testify like this data. So it's really difficult to find this data and to have like an ordered collection of all the sanctions that have been adopted. So, for example, in the European Union, there have been adopted many sanctions in terms of public enforcement, but not under the MiCA regulation, because it's something that is enforced since 2023. So, for example, in Italy in 2020, there was this big trial case where the owner of a platform was subject of a precautionary measure of an estimated loss of 120 million euros. And he was considered responsible of that. Of course, there are still investigations on this case. Then in Spain in 2025, there was an estimated laundering of 460 million euros. And it was a coordinated action with the Europol and where also other member states has been involved in this investigation. In 2025 in Belgium, there was a study which reported that consumer losses related to crypto assets were over 12 million euros, and they constituted the 79% of all the losses concerning like digital matters. In 2025, there was another cross-border fraud which was led by the Eurojust for 100 million euros. So from this data, and these are only some of the cases that I could find and that are reported by the press, but they give you the idea of the significance of such cases. So, as I already said, since 2023, marketing crypto assets regulation has been adopted, and it established a specific regulatory regime from crypto assets, specifically providing a sort of compliance requirements that have to be covered and adopted by companies. But it also brought for supervisory and investigative powers to national competent authorities. So national member states had to transpose to apply this regulation and to nominate like the competent authorities that had to lead this kind of investigation. For example, in Italy, we would see this also with the use case. The authorities in charge are the Consob and the AGCM, and the Bank of Italy, sorry. So with this new framework, the enforcement actions and in general the investigation protect different interests such as consumer protection, the competitiveness of the European Union, but more in general all the digital financial packages goals. Of course there are some limits because, for example, the MiCA has entered in force only recently, so the data that we have are really limited, and they mostly refer to investigation or first cases, but still not ascertained. So the problem is that for that there is no database of enforcement actions. So it's hard to find all the proceedings that has started in all member states. We have to go to the press of each authority or to the database of the authority and see if there are like acts or measures adopted. And sometimes there is neither like a name that we can easily reconnect to the main topic. A different approach is adopted by US, where there are two authorities in charge with the multi-level competence in charge for crypto assets, which are the Federal Trade Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission. Just to give some data, in the US, over 46,000 fraud cases have been reported between 2021 and 2022. For an estimated loss of around $1 billion. So it's huge. And from 2013 and 2024, 193 enforcement actions have been initiated in the US. And what's the difference compared with the EU? That we have a database, not we, but the US has a database where it's really easy to find all the different enforcement actions that have been adopted. So they are all reported and all collected under specific keywords. So, for example, here we have enforcement action of crypto assets, but if we go below, there are, for example, enforcement actions for cybersecurity attacks or other kind of digital matters. So the This kind of approach, of course, ensures more transparency and accessibility of information, not only for other public authorities that could be interested in knowing how, what's the approach, for example, of another member state, if we transpose this kind of approach in the European Union, but also for consumers, association, and everyone who could be interested in the, for example, in a measure that has been adopted to a company, which I'm dealing with, for example, because we have a contract. So this is this approach could be really useful if adopted in Europe, not only in the framework of MiCA, but in general for enforcement action, to give like an overview of all the enforcement actions that are adopted in the context at European level. So now let's move on to the use case, which regards like a really well-known personality in Italy, which is Fabrizio Corona. And in this case, it's something that happened in January 2026, so really recent. And it was like the concept adopted the first administrative sanction in application of the MiCA. So this is the first case, and it's really important also to showcase what are like the possible violation of this regulation, but also the approach that the authority has adopted. So this person proposed the public offering in Italy of crypto assets, which are called meme coin as Corona. But this promotion was carried out through social network, media channels, and such as Instagram or Telegram, and his dedicated website. What happened? It happened that this promotion, this offer, was carried out in breach of the MiCA, because in violation in particular of Article 4.1, because the person was not a legal person and a white paper was not published. According to the MiCA regulation, when you want to offer a product, and of course there are specific requirements, but you have mostly to publish, in most of cases, to publish a crypto assets white paper where you explain all the main features of the product that you are selling. And this is done in order to inform consumers, and also offshore, of course, for public authorities to be aware of what you are doing and also to monitor this. So after this product was offered to the public, the concept authority reached out this person asking for stopping this kind of activity. He didn't care. So there was, yes, in order to cease and to desist from doing this infringement. And so there was a sort of dialogue between the two, but a dialogue that has not been accepted by the Mr. Corona. So the decision was adopted, and an administrative fine has been imposed of 200,000 euros. So it's a really huge sum of money, so in order to also to show how this kind of violation are relevant in our legal orders. So the statement has been published, so it's publicly available, and everyone can consult it. Of course, this is a case that has been reported from the press, since not only because this people is really well known for his crimes, but also, of course, because it's the first case. But I was looking at other cases, and it was really hard for me. I also asked to ChatGPT, because the databases of the other member states are not all of them has like all the cases reported. So this is a problem, because of course, in terms of coordination with something that is a European matter and that requires, of course, the attention of everyone, it should be really important to enhance like cross-border cooperation, especially in these cases. So thank you for your attention, and yes, we are on time for the pause.
Dear professors, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to say thank you for the opportunity to give this presentation. Special thanks for Professor Josipovic, and it has been a great honor for me to participate in this European research project. The presentation will focus on the European unconstituted claims informants in Hungary, in particular the legal framework facilitating the application of the regulation. On 1st July 2024 took effect a new act on the digital state and certain rules for the provision of digital services in Hungary. This act provides a unified framework for digital administration in digital space by organization subject to providing digital services or assuming such services and for digitalization of private law relationships. Section 9 of this act lists the court, the notary public, and the court bailiff among the bodies subject to providing digital services. Certain provision of the legislation will come into force in several stages over the next 2 years. The presentation provides a detailed overview of the regulatory environment that new legislation aims to create. The procedure rules pertaining to conduct of European order for payment procedure in Hungary are set out in the Hungarian order for payment procedure, secondly the Code of Civil Procedure, and the third source is the Judicial Enforcement Act. In Hungary, this procedure falls under the competence of the notaries. An application may be submitted to any notary because, in accordance with the Section 8 of the Act on Order for Payment Procedure, notaries have the competence in order for payment procedure in the entire territory of the country. The application may be submitted to a notary electronically if the submitting person is subject to electronic administration or written on paper by other persons. Upon submission to a Hungarian notary, the form must be completed in Hungarian. In addition, however, an application in the official language of the country of residence or registered seat of the defendant is also warranted, as a copy of application must be sent to the defendant by notary. No evidence or attachment has to be attached, but the evidence supporting the claim must be indicated in the application. The procedure is subjected to a fee which is to be paid by the claimant at the submission of application. Its rate is 30% of amount of pecuniary claims at the opening of the procedure less contributions, amounting to no less than around 8,000 forint, or many times 1,600 forint as the number of parties to the procedure, but maximum 3,100 forint. There is to be no right of appeal against the rejection of application. Upon the rejection of application as per Article 11, the claimant may be bring an action to the court. In this case, the legal effect of the application for the European order for payment are preserved if the claimant lodged the statement of claim with the court within 30 days of the service of order for rejection. No reasoning may be submitted for missing the deadline. The scope of submission and service of the application for the issuance of European order for payments is the same as that of submission and service of the statement of claim. If a notary doesn't receive an objection from the defendant within the deadline, the notary will declare the European order for payment issued enforceable using the so-called G form. The notary shall send the European order for payment as declared enforceability to the claimant. If due to a dispute, the European order for payment is turned into an action, the notary shall send the documentation to the court designated in the application for the issuance of European order for payment by the claimant, or in the absence of that, to the court having competence or general jurisdiction under the Code of Civil Procedure. If no Hungarian court has competence in the procedure, the notary shall send the documentation to the Kuria, the highest judicial forum in Hungary, for to designation of a competent court. If the European order for payment procedure is converted into lawsuit, the court shall, upon receipt of notarial files, take measures to notify, summon, inform, and warn to claimant into accordance with the Act on the Order for Payment procedure, with the provision that 30 days deadline must be provided for the execution of summon. In Hungary, the provision for implementation of regulation enforcement order, European enforcement order for uncustodied claims was incorporated by legislation Judicial Enforcement Act. Hungarian documents covered by Article 3 of the regulation, pecuniary claims contained in recognition-based judgment, court settlement approved by the final order for payment, final court orders, and notarial dates. Some information about the enforcement. The rules of the enforcement of European orders for payment in Hungary are primarily laid down in the Judicial Enforcement Act and Act on the Order for Payment procedure, with the provision of the Code of Civil Procedure as the background legislation. With regard to the enforcement on European orders for payment in Hungary, the requirements contained in section of the regulation are also applicable. Pursuant to Hungarian law, a European order for payment issued in another member state shall be enforced under the same condition as a European order of payment issued by a Hungarian notary. The enforcement is ordered in both cases by the issuance of the enforcement sheet. The only difference is the authority ordering the enforcement. While the enforcement of European order for payment issued in another member state shall be ordered by a district court of the debtor domicile or registered seat in the case of legal entity in Budapest, the Central District Court of Buda, and the enforcement of the European order for payment issued by a Hungarian notary shall be ordered by the issuing notary. If the notary issuing the European order for payment can't proceed for any reason, the president of National Chamber Notary of Hungary shall appoint the acting notary pursuant to section 52 of the Act on Order for Payment procedure. In accordance with Section 19 of the Act, the enforcement sheet is kept by the court. The number of copies of the enforcement sheet should be sufficient to ensure that the bailiff and each of the applicant and debtors receive a copy. It is important to highlight that electronic submission of enforcement application of European orders for payment shall not be submitted through the system of Hungarian Chamber of Civil Law Notaries, but shall be sent to the notary's secure electronic contact address. In Hungary, pursuant to Section 16 of the Judicial Enforcement Act, an enforcement sheet is issued on the basis of decision declaring of European enforcement order from any member state by the district court of the court of first instance of the place of residence or registered seat of the debtor in the absence of such the place of debtor's enforceable assets, the branch or in the case of branch of foreign company in Hungary or a direct commercial representation, the place of the branch of representation in Budapest, the Central District Court of Buda. An enforcement clause is attached to foreign authentic instruments certified as European enforceable debt under the regulation. The district court of the court of first instance of the place of residence or registered seat of the debtor in the absence of such the place of the debtor's enforceable assets, the branch, or in the case of branch of foreign company in Hungary, or direct commercial representation. The place of the branch is or representation in Budapest, the Central District Court of Buda. Under Hungarian law, the Court of First Instance issues a certificate for court judgment and court settlement attesting the lack or limitation of enforceability, and a replacement certificate at the request of the claimant, which may be required as a result of the decision taken in the course of appeal. For authentic instrument, this is carried out by the district court of the issuing authority at the request of the claimant. And some information about the new act, the Digitalisation and Enforcement of Judgment. The new act on the digital state and certain rules for provision of digital services took effect 1st July 2024. This act provides a unified framework for digital administration in digital space by organization, subject to providing digital service or assuming such services and for digitalization of private law relationship. Section 9 actually lists the court, the notary public, and the court bailiff among the bodies subject to providing digital services. Pursuant to section of this act, documents in the digital space are created electronically. Documents may be issued sometimes on paper. During electronic administration, the organization providing digital services prepares a certificate electronic copy of the document received on paper or has one made. Make a certified paper-based copy of the decision issued electronically or has it turned into a certified paper-based document. And the probative force of electronic documents is the same as that of their paper-based counterparts. If a certified copy is made of a paper-based document in accordance with the rules of generating electronic counterparts of paper-based documents, if a certified copy of electronic documents is made pursuant to the rules of transforming an electronic document into a paper-based document. The e-post service introduced by the new legislation is expected to be a step forward in the rules governing document service. The e-post service, available as a digital framework service, provide an electronic storage space corresponding to the electronic delivery service address provided for user. It allows the sending of electronic documents, additionally confirm the success or failure of the delivery, and allows the download of the delivered document by the receiving party. The application of a specific provision of the law are carried out gradually. The provision on the e-post service are applicable of 1st January 2026. The creation of Hungarian enforcement law connected to this still underway. Once again, thank you for much for the opportunity to participate in this project. I apologize in advance, but I cannot stay till end of the conference. I have to leave earlier to go to the airport, so thanks again.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Thank you to the Vrije Universiteit of Brussels, and especially to Professor Marco Giacalone for the kind invitation. And first of all, let me apologize for the missing tie, but as Professor Janssen was saying yesterday, my connection flight was cancelled and they also lost my luggage. So now my luggage is probably flying somewhere across Europe, hopefully to Naples tonight. Anyway, in about 10 minutes, I will try to share some thoughts and some concrete experience concerning the line of reasoning behind the issuance of a European payment order. At the outset, I would point out that the more the Court of Justice is heightening consumer effective protection, the more forms attached to Regulation 1896, electronic forms too, turn out to be obsolete. When we think about European payment order and consumer protection, the main texts are, of course, regulation and the mentioned regulation and Directive 93/13 on unfair terms in in consumer contracts. As we all know, these texts apparently pursue contrasting objectives, since given that regulation is aimed at simplifying procedure and at reducing costs in the cross-border recovery of outstanding debts over which there is no legal disputes. And as we all know, this target is pursued through a uniform procedure based on the mandatory use of forms whose content is the subject of a complete and exhaustive list of information to be provided, while Directive 93/13, as interpreted by the Court of Justice, is aimed at give consumer effective protection, consumer considered as weak party. And we all know that in its 25-year late case law, the Court of Justice has progressively broadened consumer protection, creating a procedural rule upon courts. Judges have, among other things, to ex officio assess fairness or unfairness of terms relevant to the subject matter of the proceedings. So, how is it possible to combine these conflicting objectives? The Court of Justice tried to shape the compromise line in its 2019 decision in the Bondora case. It was a preliminary ruling reference coming from 2 Spanish judges, and emphasizing the letter of some provision of regulation, namely Article 9 and the content of Forms A and B, the Court of Justice held that Article 7 of the regulation and Article 6 and 7 of Directive 93/13, read in the light of Article 38 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights, must be interpreted as allowing a court seized in the context of European order for payment procedure to request from the creditor additional information. In that case, the information was the deposit of the contract, in order to allow judges to assess fairness or unfairness of contractual term. Reading judgment, the first questions may arise. The request for additional information is a mere power for judges or a real duty. Although from the wording of the judgment, a different answer might be possible, in Italy, many judges do believe that the request for the contract is mandatory also for judges dealing with an European order for payment claim. But how do we concretely request the deposit of the contract, given that, as we all know, Form B does not provide such a possible request? Well, here you will find a picture of the Consol del Magistrato, which is the application we use in order to decide all our cases. And this is the Form B of the regulation. Of course, we have to select a voice in the menu tipo di precisazione, which is a kind of clarification. We will not find a proper voice, given that the form does not provide a proper voice. So here I just chose a voice which is the main credit. And then after this menu has been filled in, we have to fill the second menu, which is the one on the right, description, and we have to here insert the request for the production of the contract. But the most difficult issue is another issue. As many of you probably know, after Bondora, which dates back to 2019, the Court of Justice has further increased consumer effective protection and has further increased activities that judges have to perform ex officio. For instance, it has been repeatedly held that a judicial decision is consistent with effective protection in the light of Directive 93/13 if it lists all the terms relevant to the subject matter of the proceeding that were considered fair or unfair, if it also gives consumer information on the reason why the term was found as fair, and if it also gives consumer information about the consequences of his or her inaction as regard the time bar to the right to ask for a fairness assessment. So if the decision does not fulfill this requirement, it is not considered as a stable decision, as a res judicata in the EU perspective. So given this further clarification by the Court of Justice, we might probably ask if a further compromise is needed between regulation and Directive 93/13 when a European payment order is required against the consumer. And if further clarification by the Court of Justice are needed, enables judges dealing with bank contracts do believe that further integration is needed between those texts. At the moment, we did not decide to deliver a further preliminary ruling reference, but we will see what is going to happen. What do we ask when a European order for payment is requested against the consumer? We ask, first of all, a document indicating the single items that make up the credit, so to understand what are the terms relevant to the subject matter of the proceedings. And we also give reasons of our fairness assessment of terms relevant to the subject matter of the proceeding. And we also informed and warn the consumer that if he is not going to oppose the payment order, that decision is going to be enforceable. Now, how does it concretely work? Of course, again, forms attached to a regulation does not provide similar information, so they have somehow to be forced. The request for the document indicating the single items of the credit is carried out in the same way we carry out the request for the contract, so somehow forcing Form B. But the most difficult issue is the assessment and the warning we have to give the consumer. At the moment, we just print Form E, fill it by a pen, then we scan the form and upload it in our electronic file. And I know it may sound, well, it does not sound, it is prehistoric, I know, but this is the way we believe it is better possible to combine the objective of regulation and of Directive 93/13. Now, whether it is a power or a duty, we should also ask, what is it going to happen if this information, this warning, has not been given by the judge in the European payment order, and the consumer does not oppose the European payment order? We know that a non-opposed European payment order is enforceable under Article 18 of the regulation. We know that the judge of the enforcement state may not revise the content of the European or payment order, otherwise mutual trust would be infringed, among other things. So probably the only possible remedy is the one regulated under Article 20 of regulation, although, of course, we should give an extensive interpretation of this provision. But review in exceptional cases is somehow a remedy that requires an application by the debtor. Now, when the debtor is a consumer, if we look at the European Court of Justice case law, we have a debtor who is a weak party, who probably doesn't know what are the remedies he can apply for in order to protect his rights. So another question may arise: is there a need for the judge of the member state of enforcement to somehow inform the consumer he can apply for a review in exceptional cases? I know it sounds really strange, but probably the positive answer may be argued, considering that without such an information, the imbalance existing by consumer and seller or supplier would remain unchanged. And this is the way that the information delivered by the judge of the enforcement procedure is the way the Italian Supreme Court somehow tried to find a remedy to the national non-opposed injunction of payment lacking reason on unfair terms. But probably further clarification by the Court of Justice would be needed on this issue. One more minute. What happens if an objection is lodged by the consumer or by the applicant in general? And first of all, how is it possible to lodge an opposition in Italy? Italy did not decide to implement national provision related to the regulation. If we look at the way debtors oppose to national payment order, well, they have, through a lawyer, create a new proceeding, a new file, which also means paying court taxes. Many courts in Italy, but of course this is an issue that is relevant from an administrative point of view, do believe that the opposition to the European payment order may be filed just depositing the appropriate form in the same electronic file that was created with the request of the creditor. This means that no court taxes are requested by the defendant who opposes the payment order. And last, what is the procedural mechanism that the creditor has to follow when an opposition is lodged in order to claim his right? As I was saying, Italy did not implement the regulation through national provision. This is why such a procedural mechanism was somehow created by judges. And in this slide, you will find a reference to a decision of the Supreme Court holding that after the opposition is lodged, national judges have to communicate to creditor that an opposition has been filed, set a deadline for the same creditor, inviting him to introduce a proceeding according to ordinary civil procedural rules, and that the failure to comply with the deadline will produce the extinction of the judgment. I thank you all for your attention, and of course I stay at your disposal for further questions. Thank you.
Dear Marco, dear colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to speak today for this whole project. It was really a pleasure to work on it. I'm Magdalena Jankowska-Gilberg. I work for European Center for Consumer Protection in Germany. And we have, in our daily basis, we have contact with consumer. We can speak with them, learn about their needs, their problems they have with the enforcement of their claims. And today I will not speak about consumers so much. I will present you a new German law that's very recent, from just from the end of December last year. And then I will show you an example how it works, or how can it work in the future. This new law is a part of a bigger digitalization project in Germany, which will also cover other areas like inheritance law or enforcement. But as far for now, time being, we have only these two tools. That one of them is already working, and another one will will be operating in very soon. So this new act, a new framework, is Act on the Development and Testing of an Online Procedure in Civil Justice. As you can see from the title, it is not an act introducing an online procedure. It's an act for testing and for development of such a procedure. What are the aims of this law? The aim is to enable citizens to assert claims involving law amounts in a simple, user-friendly, accessible, and digital supported civil procedure. So to facilitate access to justice for small claims. And also to test digital technologies, new forms of communication, and digital forms of procedural processes. At the same time, the procedure should make the work of the courts to be more efficient and modern through structured recording of the case material and technical support. Here, the focus is on the structured recording. I will explain it later. And also to achieve resource-efficient processing, especially in the area of so-called mass proceedings, like, for example, what was today mentioned, the air passenger rights. Now we come to the core principle of this new law. So firstly, because it's this law for testing and development, so it is only has a narrow scope of application. So we have now 16 courts throughout Germany, which will take part in this pilot program, and including, among the 16, there are 7 courts, airport courts, so courts that are, close to airports and then can deal with the flight rights. Then there is this state opening clause. It means that the states, governments, Länder regulate here many issues on how it will function. For example, they determine which local courts take part. They may limit participation of a court to a specific types of cases, notably here these claims under a passenger rights regulation. They can also designate one local court that should be competent for several courts. Districts, and also several German states may jointly designate a single local court that will have jurisdiction across borders, state borders in Germany. So, for example, I don't know how it exactly be the case, because it's still the states have to make decision on this issue. But theoretically, it's possible that Hessen will say, or some states will say, okay, the Frankfurt court will be processing these flight rights, for example, not only for Frankfurt but also for other airports. Then the next point is this is technology neutral regulation because of this testing idea. So it will develop with the new technology that arrives, that will come soon. This this program will be evaluated, will be actually all the time tested. So the consumers or users will be asked to fill in some evaluation, and official evaluation will be done after 2, 4, and 8 years. This pilot procedure is this law is time limited for 10 years, but it doesn't mean that after 10 years it will be just nothing. So probably it can even happen that earlier it will go into normal online procedure. It will be introduced throughout the whole Germany. So now it's only the 16 pilot courts, but it can happen that before this 10 years or after 10 years, it will be introduced to all courts. Now we come to the course of the procedure. So the digital filing of claims will be is only possible through secured channels. So simply sending an email, it's not valid for communication with court. On the lower courts, so magistrate courts, at the time being only these designated courts, only for civil disputes and up to the sum 10,000 euros. This digital procedure is available as an alternative to traditional civil proceedings. So claimant has a choice, but if he wants to profit from this procedure, he or she has to start the procedure with this digital, using this digital way, so the secured channels. For the defendant, his mandatory participation. So if the claimant started the procedure this way, there is no opt-out possible, but there is no obligation for the defendant if he or she is a natural person to communicate digitally. So if we have persons that are not literally digital, they can use standard traditional ways of communication. And as a principle, there is no oral hearing, but if it's for some reasons necessary, for example, for taking evidence or for amicable settlement, there should be digital ways should be here used, like video hearing. And in some exceptional cases, of course, traditional hearing is also possible. Here, the judges will have a lot of freedom to decide how to do, what to do, and in this proceeding. And in the first phase, the existing digital communication system will be used, but the government, together with some private firms, they are working on national-wide communication platform, which is then will be, hopefully will soon can be used. And then the identification via platform with digital function of ID will be possible. In future, it should be a uniform digital access to the judiciary and administration should be developed. And also what I hope that the single electronic access, European electronic access point will be in some near future will be also possible. So this system can be also used but for foreigners not having German ID. And what is very important here with the communication, the digital filing will be done through a digital input system and structured dialogues. So the user will be guided through this. This system will have a lot of questions and then have to ask, and it depends on the answer. We'll have another question and another question, so that is. So it can help him or her to give all necessary information and to help the court to receive all the necessary information and to not to have to ask later if this happened or not happened. So the structured data, I already mentioned this. So this should provide assistance for the users, and there will be different data structure for general claims and separate elements for special proceedings such as air passenger rights. All the relevant questions and circumstances will be questions on not only things like name, addresses, but also substantive, procedural substantive content. And this has a high potential for automation with regard to further processing of the claim. And now I would like to show you an example which already functions since March last year. That was the first use case implemented before the law came into force. It is the digital handling of flight passenger rights claims. There is a dedicated online portal which allows passengers first to perform a pre-check to see if they have compensation claim for delays, for cancellation, denial of boarding. And then if they have, they can go further and do their digital claim. So the tool guides users through standards questions and assesses possible compensation. After pre-check, user can create the digital lawsuit. So you directly, when it's finished, I will show you in a minute some screenshots of the tool. There is a possibility, with this button you can press, and then you go directly to the digital claim. And all information the user gave already in this pre-check will be transferred automatically to the claim, and only additional information like personal details, flight numbers, for example, when we have delay, flight numbers, planned and actual arriving time are to be added. Now 7 pilot local courts accept digital filing throughout this tool, provided that the user, of course, use the secured channel. And here is the website if somebody wants to, I know it will probably disseminate it, and if somebody wants to check this, this tool, it's here. So how it looks like. When we go on this website, first it is very short information, how long it takes. Then we have this page when there are 4 different problems. I chose here delay, but we have also a denied boarding, other problem, for example, with luggage or annulation of the flight. And then we come to this question that I have already mentioned. I have chosen quite a lot of slides, questions, but not all of them. So you can imagine you have really a lot of questions on important issues from the regulation. Here is the first one. If your flight was at least 3 hours later, and what does it mean? We have very often, we talked even today about we have to have these 3 hours, but what does it mean exactly? How to count these 3 hours? And here we have explanation that it's how to count this time, and when it finishes, when the doors open and you are allowed to leave the plane. And not like, for example, in some answers we received from the airlines, oh no, we landed at the time, so it was less than 3 hours. But even if sometimes it can happen that you landed before 3 hours, but the doors, but then you have still sit half an hour in the plane, so at the end you will have more than 3 hours. Then we have this, you are entitled to compensation if unless the delay was due to extraordinary circumstances. And what does it mean? So here you have again first a short definition that there are events that are beyond the airline's control. There are some examples. And then you can open these two what applies when there is a strike and what applies when there is technical defect. And here is again, this situation is more detailed explained. For example, when you have strike, such a strike, then it is an extraordinary circumstances, but when there is a strike of the airline crew, it is not extraordinary circumstances. And then, you can say, okay, it was this case, then you will arrive to the end of this questionnaire because you are not entitled, and you can press no. If you think there are no such circumstances, you go further to next question. Here you can give where you started and when you finish, and again you have explanation how to see about a single ticket. So it is not necessary for the user to calculate the distance between the departure and the final destination. The tool will do it for you. Another question is, for example, which airline was operating the flight. And here is again very important issue which a lot of users do not understand. And here you have a detailed explanation what to do, for example, if you have a flight consisting of more flights and each one is operated by another air carrier, and how to deal with cases and which airline should I take in such case. For example, in the next question is about the requirement for passengers to be present on time for check-in. And we again have explanation. Where can we find this information? What does it mean to be on time? And if there is no information that we receive from the airline, it is 45 minutes. So it is explanation not from the regulation, but from the jurisprudence of the court. Another question, was your ticket free of charge? Was at reduced fare, not available directly or indirectly to the public? And again, here we, in our consumer center, we receive questions. For example, there are consumers that were using, for example, their company's rabattes and were flying cheaper. So they're asking us, can I now apply? Because the airlines say them, no, you are not you are not eligible for the compensation because you had this special rabatt. And here's also we have explanation in which cases. So in most cases, like this one, for example, it was answered for Lufthansa, and then we don't know. This rabatt was available not to this person, to a bigger amount of people. So you are still eligible. And then you will. So there are really more questions like this, and it depends which problem you have chosen at the beginning. You will come to the result of the pre-check, and here in my case, they told me that I should receive 600 euro, and then I can go to the next page to do this digital claim. But also other possibilities are shown, like small claims procedure, ADR procedure. And if I decide I would like to do this digital claim, I have to fulfill, so as I said at the beginning, the information that I have already given will be transferred, and then I have to fill additional personal information and then to send it, either to print it as PDF, and then I can send to the court to have a normal proceedings, traditional proceedings, or to file it through the secure channel and then to start these digital proceedings. And so it is about a little bit less than this 1 year. This follow-up check was used by more than 10,000 visitors were on this webpage, and more than 4,000 conducted checks until last Friday. More than 70% found it helpful. This digital claim was not used so much, but people that use it, so some of them finished it and started these digital proceedings, and fast nearly 100% just downloaded this PDF that could be sent to the court. And it was also was good, welcomed by the users. Okay, thank you for your attention. And
thank you. I actually see that this title differs a little from the program. There is the Estonian e-file and the Estonian digital infrastructure in a technical sense, but being in this fortunate situation that I was permitted to speak to many of you already at previous conferences, where I then pitched this Estonian digital El Dorado in form of many colorful and fancy slides. I will not focus so much today, indeed, on the Estonian digital e-justice system as such, but on something which may be considered as a flaw if you look at the title at first sight. Because I wrote civil procedure law as infrastructure. You may think eventually it is rather meant as civil procedure platforms as infrastructure. But I depart from my previous presentation in that sense that I take a little bit to account the experience I have now being 15 years in this tone, actually legally trained in Germany, what living in this almost actually fully digitalized civil procedure system, what it actually means for the perception of citizens of law, because they actually see the system as such as law. And my question, or actually 3 questions for the next 13, 14 minutes will be, can procedure law actually be considered infrastructure? Secondly, would it make a difference? And thirdly, may it even be advisable, and would it have an actual impact if then law is considered infrastructure? And that simply that I directly to the slide, so I have to scroll down, right? There's no. Okay. So law as infrastructure is my starting point. I continue with double normativity through IT. That's basically the dogmatic underpinning of this. Then I indeed look into the Estonian case study, the Estonian e-file, specifically then also with EEO and EUBF. Then I look at the actual impact, what now the difference may be if you consider law as infrastructure. Infrastructure as a term is something which is actually not that much discussed in jurisprudence, right? It is established term in sociology. There was a very nice conference on legal infrastructures organized by Burns, I think, in Copenhagen 3 years ago. And they at least came to that kind of common denominator as a kind of state of the art, departing also from my paper, that legal infrastructure would be considered within infrastructures. Okay, let's start with the infrastructure as well. So it's a set of facilities and systems that serve a country, a city, or other area, and encompassing the services and facilities necessary for its economy, households, and firms to function. Okay, so legal infrastructures are then considered socio-technical platforms that mediate normativity across society. And they come at least to that kind of agreement that maybe a law is not always infrastructure as such, but it definitely has the same functions as infrastructure. So it is materialized, it's inherent in law, it has the socio-material constitution. Then it has distributional effects, so infrastructure distribute benefits, burdens, in that sense also create a certain kind of stratification. And obviously also law follows classical or traditional infrastructure. Can go into other fields and other disciplines. If you look, for instance, to colonialism, quite often the law or governance or power would follow within colonization as far as, let's say, train roads were constructed into continents. So basically, law followed infrastructure. But we have to differentiate on law on infrastructure. And of course, this is something which is not that controversial. And law is infrastructure as such. And this is then what I will try to pound out in those minutes. Going once on the last slide on the sociology element. So they actually see infrastructure as socio-material assemblage when it comes to law. Latour said law is not made from law just as little as pipelines, classical infrastructure, are made of gas, or science is made from science. So one could go in deep into that. I'm working at the University of Technology, so I try to actually find out, is this trivial? I will tell you it's not trivial, right? Secondly, more important than for practice, what is then actually the impact? I mean, you all agree that law isn't it anyway the form, are courts enforcement, so not obviously a physical component of law. What does it actually make as a difference if I now label law as infrastructure? And this leads me then to that point, where does it actually matter? My thesis would be the more civil procedural law is digitalized, the more it ought to be governed by and then also critical infrastructure specific legislation. I will give to some, I will come to Estonia then as a specific example for that. Estonia is maybe even not the front runner for this. Actually, France is doing quite well. I will come to France legislation. Most EU member states do not consider it infrastructure as such, and therefore also consider it later critical infrastructure. It's a kind of interim result here. So What is the point now of this infrastructure in terms of seeing laws and infrastructure? Basically has quite much to do what has been researched by Contini and others a few years ago. It has to do with this double normativity of IT systems. So if I see technologically as normalization, this double normalization, quoting him here, technology provides a second means of normalization. Regulations, of course, are merged into one. This means that law is not anymore made only in parliament or in case law, assisted eventually also then by legal literature, but actually that the core of lawmaking is moving from parliament to software engineers who design respective digital, let's indeed stick now into the term already, infrastructure. This code is law stuff, of course, also is part of the bigger picture, a little bit too broad for what I'm going to say, but just as another reference here, this is on the slide as well. So this digitalized procedural law becomes a prepackaged system interpretation. And then e-filing, e-service, e-timestamps, all these things we talked about in detail, they are making law effective and therefore also deserve a certain kind of protection. So availability and also integrity is part of effective judicial protection, just as an interim result. I'm going to use later for the critical infrastructure part. So infrastructure always, or in many cases, actually not visible, right? If I talk about pipes and others, it becomes only then visible when it breaks. If you look into law, there are delivery notification problems. So, for instance, effective or merely visibly in the system. What happens if flaws are there? Then these identity access barriers, so who can view, receive, act in the system, also availability as such, made available structurally, right? Then, of course, these format and workflow constraints, and finally, governance issues. Now, who decides about clients, exceptions, new workflows? How does this now work in Estonia? So in Estonia, we have this e-file managed by the e-TOIMIC platform. It's more than a portal. It's a small kind of visualization here. It's an operational process infrastructure. And indeed, and I won't go into details here, it is quite mature already. It has started more than 20 years ago, 2002, first court information system, then 2009, public portal for digital communication, then paperless proceeding launched in 2015, and now the last reform, special slide, next one, the launch of CIMA, and also our last reform on digital civil procedure, which rendered the entire system entirely paperless. So if you look in 311, the entry into the system is legally also seen as submission, respectively, causes also preclusion if I do not react to those documents being made available via the system. So there's, of course, a notification mechanism via email, but entering in the system is the legally deciding point of time when it comes to civil procedure law. There's still the option, of course, for paperless proceedings, but this is mainly if you have connectivity issues, hardware problems, whatever. So that's really the kind of emergency exit, and we have this in 4 and also in 5. So delivery is assumed when correspondent is locked, the system also registers automatically. So a big difference to what we find, for instance, in Germany. But there was a BGH decision a few years ago, had to do actually rather than with this lawyer court communication, so not the general portal. So the lawyer may not assume that anything has been successfully transmitted to court if he did not actively send notification, marking it in the system as note executed. Right. So this is definitely a very kind of the opposite approach of what we have in Estonia right now. This reform did not spark much discussion, much debate, because less than 1% of all proceedings 2 years ago were anyway entirely digital, less than 1% were paper-based procedures. It's interesting, of course, in cross-border procedures, only just one slide on it when it comes to service or documents here in the European Union, then there is statement to previous status within 1 year. This Article 22, sentence 3, is considered to be effective even if there's no delivery certificate. So I can do this within 1 year. What is more interesting when it comes to this infrastructure thing is something which came in with a reform 2 years ago. It's a little bit kind of example of nudging, if you look at this literally. So the refusal to accept electronic documents can lead to temporary access restrictions, which go actually beyond your proper procedure. Look here at 311, so where the person has been made access to the document in the system, but did not accept the document, did not download the document as such, then 20 days is the deadline, by the way. Your access as a citizen is blocked to the e-file system, so the actual e-TOIMIC. The only thing you can use e-TOIMIC for is indeed for download that specific document. If parallel or other proceedings, you will not be able to even access the document, but also on top of that, access to real estate register, electronic land register is blocked, as well as the electronic commercial register. Things which do have nothing to do actually with the procedure at hand. And you may now wonder, the legislator could have left also simply preclusion effect by the fact that access was provided, some kind of nudging, right? So temporary infrastructure pressure when a document is not open within 20 days. Ensures in a way efficiency. Also contact the ministry, what's the background of this reform. That's okay. It kind of supports maintaining self-discipline. If there's a document for you, should rather go for it. Maybe you just forgot. You wanted to, let's say, access the real estate register. You find out I can't access. What's happened? I got a procedure. I got a document delivered in that procedure. I did not download it yet, so I have to download it first. So basically, it kind of nudges compliant behavior. I think it's still a little bit on the edge because there's actually now content, connection in terms of content, but it makes, of course, this involvement of the citizen in terms of what is your legal status, what is law applicable on you, what are the consequences of not being completely much more moving from the legislator, even from the system itself to behavior of the respective user as such. If I look at uncontested legal claims, okay, topic of our conference, that's obviously the gold standard, which has been digitalized from the very, very beginning, as in many other countries as well. It's kind of, it was the first procedure, which was then also the model for much of what has then followed. Same as also for Estonia issued EUP. This is even not so surprising. I'll keep this a little bit shorter. I would rather now focus back on this idea of infrastructure. When I could click actually through slides here, then scrolling. Because in fact, the term infrastructure becomes important when we talk about critical infrastructure. And if you look at a little bit at daily life, that's also the context where we are mostly confronted with this in a legal terms, right? Infrastructure, of course, is used as a term as such, but critical infrastructure, there's NIS2 now since 2022, which exactly focus on these things. To look into NIS2, the main issue is that it excludes the judiciary. Still, I'm not so sure whether this kind of exclusion is still following those objectives I would actually rather see to be followed. So EU's cybersecurity regulation does not map neatly to what is critical for enforceability so far. It's just a directive. So many countries, or a few countries like France, they went beyond it. I have an example on that. I think that legal infrastructure or perceiving law as such as infrastructure would help to frame missing normativity or this kind of double normativity which has evolved now over time by digitalization of civil procedure. So classifying it from this silo thinking of law, procedure, and respective systems, user, respective citizen as one kind of merged let's call it infrastructure, moving also from protecting the objective, from moving from protecting merely the IT system to protecting the function of civil justice as vital service. Because the more embedded all these kind of services are, and the Estonian e-file is embedded into this civil or general portal, which is then embedded into the e-state platform connected via the it's actually one state platform as such, which by design is then vital for not access to justice only, but to any kind of interaction with the state. I would consider this vital, but this predisposes that indeed we see the we see this, we see in that sense the law here as infrastructure. This is this doctrinal necessity I fear, so it's then kind of part of effective judicial protection. And in a way also who decides this workflow is then eventually even constitutional question is again, because quite much power is then actually outsourced here to the software engineers when I come to the respective systems. Conclusion, France did so. If I look a little bit recent legislation here, also what kind of systems were reported within NIS2 as these kind of vital systems, or Système d'information des personnes vitales, SIV in French, activités judiciaires were included there efficiently. But France is so far the only one. And I think indeed they could serve as a model. Because if we look at other countries facing exactly the same situation, the more civil procedure is digitalized. We do not have that much, right? We have here, to the example, I think, from Poland, Italy, and Germany, and they only look at the respective branches. They would never refer to the civil procedure system as such as infrastructure, which is again then a condition to be considered also critical infrastructure, not only in terms of NIS2, but also in the critical infrastructure directive from 8 years ago. And I think this is simply something one should keep in mind when talking about law, civil procedure, to kind of move away from this silo thinking, but really see that it's all now merged into one. And I think infrastructure is a quite fitting term for it. Many thanks.